off we go.
Good day, Sarah.
All right. What he has to say now.
Seamus, wasn't it? The Viscount's boy?
You're here rather often, Sirrah Hawk. A good influence, I think. Not that I appreciated it at first, but things change. I still accept no blame for defending Kunari, and I don't miss the kinship of the people who oppose what I believe.
You're determined to be a thorn in someone's side. Good for you.
Right.
I'm the son of the Viscount. My actions are dissected no matter what I believe. I may as well try to do some good. If I offend, well, some people try very hard to be offended. There are other ways to see the world. The Kunari have shown me that. Another time, when things are better.
Please keep it quiet, Sirrah. The Viscount.
Alright, so who do we roll with? Can't really get Marilyn here yet. Gotta give Isabela some... Gotta give her some... cunning. Let's see what we got. Still gonna have Varric just for the time being. Everything has to go into cunning. That's the shame part of it. Let's see. Okay. Gonna level up here pretty soon. Hey Justin, what's going on, man? I guess I could get her 40, but man, her dex is really low. I can get her 40 here. And how close is she to being able to disorient stuff? I really wanted to drop 3 points in there. That'd be nice. She can't even do that yet. 3. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 4, 5, 6, 7. Then I can do it. That thing. That thing you were looking for, and what was it, Leliana's song or something like that? Oh, cool. That still puts her at level 20 before she's even feasible to do anything. This really kind of has to come first. Can stun. Really doesn't do anybody any good though. I don't know, man. This is I mean, Isabela, she's really just not efficient. Unless you just roll like this. I guess you can kind of off tank for a while until I can get her up there. It's just gonna pretty much kind of roll like this. What's up, Numpty? How's it going? It's going. How? I'm not really sure. It's going. It's almost over. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. But yeah, how about you guys? Got to get her some decks too. That's the problem here. I mean, See, the ring and the necklace, I really want those for myself. It's String of the Twins. I really want both. Plus, I got to get the tomes. Plus, I got to get all the armor. I can't afford everything this on this run. I don't think I can.
Good day, sir.
I don't think I can afford everything. I wanted the, I think it's the puzzle ring and the etched String of the Twins. Thought that would be good. I don't know that man, I don't know. I don't know how many generate that kind of money.
See us by.
This is interesting to say the least. Is it? Oh, that's good. I mean, hell, get something out of it. I mean, you bought the thing, right? Sucks when you get a game that's just basically unplayable. Even if it's playable, it's just not. It holds no interest at all. Nothing's worse than that. So. Good that you can at least, you know, if it's at least a playthrough.
I'm just going to hide my face.
Hopefully it's only a couple bucks, you know, that type of thing.
I love doing that.
I don't know. I found gems before like that, absolute gems, and games that others didn't consider all that much, but I enjoyed them, type of thing, and pick it up for $5 or something, you know. Looking at GameStop, and I've never seen this. Oh, it says RPG. Okay, I'll check it out, and then, yeah, well, most of the time, if there's nobody talking about it, there's a reason. But every blue moon. Divinity 2 is a really good example of that. My favorite games of all time, and I'd have never known anything about it, you know.
We'll need to give them answers by tomorrow, Captain.
I'll have them. Dismissed.
The Seneschal was particularly vocal.
Dismissed.
Hey, dear, what's going on?
You'd
Patriot?
think the captain of the guard could
How
requisition
y'all
a
doing?
Templar or two, but no, that would be demeaning. Can't have them working for the people when eternity needs a nanny.
You had to know cleaning up this mess would be difficult.
It's not the challenge, it's the unending part. And really, I blame you. You poured money into a pot that was already full. Everything has shifted.
Right,
Good
everything's
job
our fault now,
validating the
somehow.
fears
Even
of
though
every
she
anti-Ferelden
doesn't mean
in
it.
Kirkwall.
You're guilty of everything, Hawk. What do you mean? I didn't do anything. I know, but somebody did, and so you're a genius. Oh, thanks, Aveline, but you're stupid. What? That's Aveline talking to you, and it's like, what?
Grouse all you want. But the Aveline I know doesn't regret a second as captain.
They'd have
That's
to
not bad.
drag me out of here. And I'm sure some are lining up to try. You among them, I bet. Haven't had much time to follow you around. Not that
I need a
need
root
to.
beer or coffee.
I can
Might be a
trust that
little
you at
late
least
for
try to
coffee.
do
Yeah,
right.
it's already after 8 o'clock. I'll
I'm
wind up
with
being
you
up
if you
till.
need me, Hawk. Just say the word.
I want something. I think I have root beer in there. That sounds like a good idea.
Fine day, Sarah.
How much longer do I have to wait?
A chinchilla? I get it, but it was a chinchilla though. Get it?
There you are.
Get the pun.
I've been looking
Chinchilla.
everywhere
So
for
was
you,
Aveline.
Miss Eyre.
Never
If
mind.
only you humans didn't all look the same.
T-Verse, what's up, man?
We can't all be short and bearded like your people, Bowden.
Indeed. It's quite a shame, really. There's a gentleman waiting at the mansion. He
I
insists
kind of
on
found that
seeing
too.
you.
It's like
He
the
says his
game
name
doesn't
is
really scale with you.
Your mother
So
thought you wise,
it
I
can
tell
be
you, Miss Eyre.
pretty unforgiving early on, but it's like, you know, punish you for a bit. I remember, seems like The Witcher 2 was kind of like that too. I don't have a whole lot of experience with CD games, but remember it was a bit like that. Once you got, you know, to a certain point, I guess a lot of games are really like that. You know, once you you know, get your skills and, you know, get some stuff and kind of put everything together. At least if it's half-ass, it, you know, at least things start to get easier. But yeah, I noticed, like, you know, it used to be I'd dump 5 clips just to kill one person. I'd get mobbed by 10 people. Now I can kill 3 people with 1 clip. You know, same gun. It's just.
You ran all this way just to tell me I had a visitor.
I didn't want to presume what you might find important, Missy. Before I go, may I simply say how grateful I am that you've allowed my boy to stay in your home. I said I would repay you for saving Sandal's life, and I shall serve you faithfully. It is good to know he is safe.
Let me guess. This was Mother's idea?
As you say, yes. I'll leave you to your business. Don't forget about your guest. Your mother claims he was eyeing the silverware.
Well, someone thinks he's important. Come to me, and I'll take you to places you've never been.
Isabela, are you talking to Bianca?
I think she deserves to feel a woman's touch on her trigger, don't you?
Bianca
Isabella,
responds to my touch. She'd never give it up for you.
That's what they always say, and I always prove them wrong.
Stop it. You're confusing her. And me.
She died like she was supposed to. Basically, every time we got into a fight, for the most part. I mean, she's just not. She's not viable if you need her as your primary rogue until much, much later. I'm gonna say like the end of Act 2. Really, not until Act 3. Really, it's just a shame she's not really feasible for a greater part of the game. I mean, we've had her, you know, but it's like 3 people trying to carry the load for a 4th pretty much all the time. I think later when she can disorient, you know, groups of people and set you up for scatter and stuff like that, I think that'll prove viable. But at the very worst, that's without putting anything that she really needs in her. Look what I have. All right, so she's level 13 right now, and I mean, maybe I could have sacrificed. I mean, I've already sacrificed at least 1 point in her dagger tree, right? And so she really needs this. That'll allow her to disorient, you know, some small people. I'd like her to disorient basically me. Like anytime I'm, you know, like if I'm being attacked by a melee attack, basically meaning I have at least one person swinging on me, then she needs to hit me with that. And so that would not so much just obscure me, and apparently it obscures everybody, I guess. Or it just means 100% for anybody hit with it. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't know if she can kick it over there and all party members become obscure. That'd be kind of cool, I guess. Raise everybody's defense a little bit or whatever. But I need her to disorient, you know, mobs so that I can, and it's 100% versus normal or less. So the ability to scatter 4 or 5 and, you know, with one swing, kill a few enemies, knock down the mobs. Got to have some kind of AoE something, right? But in order to get this, it takes 6 points in this crap. This is a waste. This is friendly fire, and it's useless anyway. But, I mean, I guess might as well just have her use this. Rush. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. And if I want that, it's really 7. That puts her at level 20 right there. Okay, forget this one, but 21. This is her one. 22. And she still hasn't gotten any of this. She can't do goad. Like she can't, throw threat on me. I guess this, 23, 24. I don't know. 25 type of thing, level 26. If we, I don't think we get that far. Like I mean, I can get her to do some part of a job, but without a bow, she doesn't even have the option for an archery tree, even if you wanted to give it to her, right? So, as far as benefiting the party in any way, like at least Varric can stick assassins and big enemies with disorienting shot, and then I can trigger that. Now, I mean, I can have her. I could honestly just pretty much roll like this, but that takes like Meryl out of the party. And then when we lose Anders, what do you got? You got 2 rogues and me trying to tank. I can't hold. I don't think I can hold that kind of threat. The damage would be good, and then nobody to even provide haste in Act 3. I don't know, man. Well, I'll have enough attack speed where haste won't be that big of an issue. But you see what I'm saying? You're really hamstringing yourself with Isabela. She was really not any real kind of benefit, not really. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it could turn out better. She might be, uber effective once you get, some of her sustains really going, and all that kind of stuff. Like I don't really need the stun per se. But I don't know. Actually stunned, if she can hit to each opponent in a small area. So, yeah, if enemies are clustered. I wonder if there's any way to capitalize on stunned enemies for me. Hold on a second. I don't really think so. Yeah, there's got to be something. That's disoriented too, but that's just one more thing. I think there's something. Isn't it this one? Oh no, I can stun too. So everybody can stun, but I wouldn't use that ability anyway. It's garbage. It's disoriented. That staggers enemies. There's nothing really there. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. So I really don't like losing a huge percentage of my party. Hey, Toaster, what's going on? I don't like losing a huge percentage of my party.
Frankly, I prefer the refugees.
And trading it for someone who's not gonna be even half as productive. I don't know, man. We'll see. I mean, honestly, the way this could go, I could have Isabela setting up things for me and have Varric setting up things for Anders, at least for the time being. But then when we lose haste, man, you're talking at one of the hardest junctions in the game, then you're talking, that's pretty serious. Right? That's where it gets crazy. So, I don't know. Let's see. What do we have here? I mean, I know you get a bonus with this, but I'd really start working towards more decent stuff. Let's see if my attack is still worth a shit. I really want the more coin right now. Don't need that. Okay, that's good. That works. 2 health regen. Okay, so with the Reaver, obviously having more health, you can take more damage. You want to be able to take more damage, but your bonus comes from taking some damage as well, so you don't want to become so tanky. So I don't really think that's a problem if I'm really tanking by myself. And as long as I've got Varric hitting me with goad, Isabela doesn't have to do that. This may actually be the way to go. And I kind of like their dialogue with each other too. I don't know who to put in Anders' place except I guess Meryl at the end, and let her try to keep herself healed up. I don't know. I could put Meryl, you know, when she's less than 50 to hit a health potion, and if she gets less than 25 to maybe hit a restoration potion. Should probably have her doing that anyway. That would solve the whole problem of the mana potion thing. She wouldn't need one. A restoration potion would give her enough mana at the same time to allow her to restart everything. Yeah, so... Alright. Okay. And I have Varric opening all the locks. If I do that, then... And I could take Isabela out for Meryl's quest. I could do that. I mean, she doesn't have to go on every mission. I don't take everyone on every mission anyway, even when I have my set party. You know, if somebody, like, I'll take Meryl out to take Varric on his little thing to the mansion. Because, especially if I'm playing a rogue too. You know, got to replace somebody with Varric. So if I'm playing a rogue, I guess we just got 2 rogues. Somebody has to go. Still keep a tank, still keep a healer. So Meryl goes on that. Even if she's my set party member, which she is 90% of the time. So when we do Meryl stuff or do whoever's, like, personal things, I think this takes care of everybody but Meryl. Anyway, we don't really have to change the party with this. I don't like being stuck with Anders 20, every single thing. Also, keeping Meryl out means we can go do the evil tomes, and I don't know how we're going to get through the Gauntlet and Zebenkek with 2 squishy rogues. I have no idea. Let me go grab, I don't know. What do you guys think? Coffee or root beer? Coffee would probably keep me up. I don't have to drink the whole cup. I can drink like half a cup of coffee. Because Death Wish, that's still like the equivalent of 5 cups. Let me go make some coffee real quick. So if I can... You too, Patriot? Man, I would share this cup with you. We'd each drink half a cup and you'd still be like, damn, I feel like I drank 9 cups of coffee. Seriously. It's actually really good. Nice and toasty, and I don't have to drink the whole thing. Wouldn't mind chippering up a little bit, though. That would be nice. So, as long as we keep that, as long as somebody keeps that. So what are you using? What are you using? So I think she needs that attack right now, for the time being anyway. 35 attack. She's not even getting that off her other dagger, and she needs a new dagger, obviously. Yeah, we got to get her dex up. She's got to be. If she's gonna share the whole off tank thing, it's not gonna work a majority of the time. We're gonna struggle in spots. I'm just gonna try not to rage. Although some of you think that's the best part of the stream. Ha ha he he he. Yeah, we got to get Varric and Isabela some stats now. Varric will do the lockpicking part because he's got a lot of attack bonuses. Isabela's got some attack bonuses as well, but we'll start giving her attack-related stuff. So she's got no attack there, no attack there. That doesn't really count as attack. I mean, it's 1 point towards dex, I guess, but. Okay. So let's just do that as a plan. I've never run with this crew before, but I think the theory is tight. I think that's solid. At least as solid as I can come up with right now. So we'll let Isabela beeline towards disorienting fog, just like we beelined Varric for disorienting shot. So he can deal with that. So what Varric deals with, Anders can take care of, and then all the other little mobs that eventually get disoriented, then I can deal with that. They'll kind of work together in that sense. I think that's all right. That's probably solid. Let's go ahead and check all the merchants now too. I wish Bodan still ran a store in your house. I mean, he ran one at your camp in Origins, right? Why not run one at your house? Why not? That'd be kind of cool. Okay, there's a codex I didn't expect to see right there. And 47. All right, so we gotta put Fenris in the party. We sure do. We gotta put him in the party. I got a decent hammer. So. We got to take him out of town a couple times. I think I still have a respec potion, don't I? Well, that was a waste of money in Act 1 then, really. But that's cool. I can give it to Fenris now. Might as well. Isabela. Meryl. I don't have the money for this, man. Keep spending this, I'm gonna wind up coming up short. Maybe not. Okay, I don't have to spend on Fenris then. That won't matter much on his little personal quests. I should be able to compensate for that. So I'll say, instead of... Normally I'd be passing up on Isabela's and Sebastian's shit, but I'm going to pass up on Fenris' stuff right here. Alright. Seems like that should work. Yeah, I gotta take Isabella out for that. Really? Put Fenris in there. So yeah, she's gonna have to go for Fenris and Meryl's stuff. But other than that, I think we'll run with her and make her work. She's probably gonna impress every once in a while and do something like really badass, like take out a whole mob single-handedly, and you'd be like, damn, what the hell? Like, but Sir Varnell, how are her and Varric gonna withstand all those archers and shit? Unless, I don't know, man. Does defense affect arrows like it does melee? It doesn't really seem like no matter how high your defense is, it still seems like the arrows, unless maybe it's just glancing blows. Arrows probably still hit, but they only do like 1 or 2 damage instead of 50 or 100 or whatever. Maybe. I'm actually really not sure how defense plays with archery, if it's the same or...
You've settled in nicely.
I don't know. It looks like melee and ranged are the same thing. Looks like it.
Indeed. Still, more coin never
But
hurts,
obviously,
right?
the stronger enemies you face,
Say,
the more irrelevant
if
your
someone
defense
wanted to
becomes.
pass some
You can
work
have
your way,
85% defense and it drops to like 20 or something against, you know, like a dragon or whatever.
I'm listening, Aveline. What's the trouble?
a thorn in my side, inventing trouble and scaring people. Remember Emmerich, the Templar? He wants your help and some sort of official sanction.
Official sanction?
For his investigation. He's convinced that every random murder in the past few years is connected, and he won't be quiet.
Muzzle the geezer. Got it.
I would never say that. But if it leads somewhere
Also found out that
genuine,
some of those
I'll
backstabs,
pick it
even
up
when
on
you're
your
immune to
word.
critical,
if he shuts up, that's
Oh.
good too.
I
He's
guess
in the
depending
gallows.
on the...
Thanks, Hawk.
no-
I appreciate
okay, so
it.
like all assassins are elites, but there's apparently like elite boss assassins type of thing, like the Templar hunters, and some of the named assassins like Mirren, or you know the captains at night in on the docks, I think,
Lovely
and all that
to
kind of
have
stuff.
you.
They're like
And may I say
boss
your mother
elites
makes for
type. They're
delightful
like
company.
promoted, and it's just their base damage actually just overwhelms your entire health pool. They're not. They're basically hitting you with assassinate pretty much.
I thought we settled our business, Dougal.
So
You've done
that
business.
explains something. I'm like, I'm immune to criticals. How am I
Just a
getting
simple
one-shotted by this?
transactions for
Because
us.
the damage they're
Talk
putting out is
and
just
I'll be
stupid.
on my way.
But it looks like my health bar flashes, and I'm like,
I'll leave you to
it
11.
can't do that. But
Be careful.
it's possible the automatic critical from the ability
Darling woman.
overrides your immunity to
Shame that she
criticals,
spent
even though
so much
immunity should
time
be
here.
immunity.
Alone.
Just what are you saying?
Allow me to get right to the point. I know all this came from Deep Road's treasure. I know you repaid me, but I think I deserve a larger share of your fortune. Fair's fair, right?
I kept
Piss
my
off,
end of
Dougal.
the bargain. Now get out.
Pity. Have it your way, Hawk. We'll be seeing each other again, I'm sure.
So Isabela, I'm wondering if some runes of fortune might not be a good idea right now.
Enchantment.
Boom. I think I'm gonna put that on Fenris's hammer.
Boo! Ah, there he goes again. How he makes these things, I'll never know.
I've never seen another dwarf like him. Does this run in your family?
Not at all, but Sandal isn't really my son. I found him in the deep roads when I left Orzammar for good. Raised him as my own now. Isn't that right, my boy?
I like Bodan.
He's always been this way. Always collecting things and enchanting them. Strange, I suppose.
I think he's a dwarven old god. I really do. Look what he can do with a whole horde of darkspawn.
Perhaps he'll be the first dwarven mage. Wouldn't that be interesting?
I don't know.
They could be the first.
The actual mages don't do enchanting, do they? Just the ones who had their magic taken away.
Tranquil.
Yes, them. Oh.
Alright, so now... Alright. Cold damage is good. For the most part. You know, it almost seems like... Let's see. I'll probably be changing that out here pretty soon. I think maybe some runes of fortune here. I want to build. I want to see how much money I can get.
You like the shiny? I can make it.
Let me roll with that. I think we can finish off Anders' rivalry here, and I think running around with Fenris for a little bit will help with that too. All right. So really all we've done is looked at the keep in Hightown. We haven't just gone through to loot everything yet. So why don't we just get out of town? Actually. Let's go to the Chantry first. Yeah, right? Unless they really do finally reveal him as a major player in a future game.
I don't think everyone heard you.
Do you see yourself as harmless then? An abomination who would never harm anyone?
Like ripping someone's heart out of his chest.
I did that at the behest of no demon.
Alright, well, we'll go ahead and use it since I got it. I'm tired of it being in my inventory anyway. Do that. That'll work. Okay. Daggers are always good. Okay. That'll work. I think he was a little farther along on the whole friend thing, though. You know, the whole... He doesn't really need that anymore. I think. Yeah, you've got that. I don't even think I gave these to Isabella. All right, I'm gonna hang on to those. I'll save this for what's his face.
Good.
All right, let's see what we got. Taroni. That's that crazy mage with the chalk lipstick. I wish Anders gave you rivalry each time too.
Back it up! Go down! How about you? Let's finish this!
Damn, I hope I picked something up off her, or else she didn't drop anything. Yeah, that'll work. Effective enough, I think, as long as Fenris can kind of sort of hold his own. See, look at the Templar tree. I've always wondered, you know, if it's really just some way to get this. And against the whole demon thing, I guess it's cool. That's something of a magic ability. Right? Spirit damage is something. Irrelevant against shades, though. But whatever. silence chance pretty much anytime you hit somebody. If you're hitting them really fast, I guess you can get 10% versus normal enemies. So I don't know what that does with elites. Magic resistance, that keeps you from getting paralyzed and stuff, I guess catching fire and whatever. "20 seconds, keep them from doing anything." And there's Dispel. It's basically the same thing as Dispel. Plus you can silence with that too. So I mean, you can stop spellcasters a lot, I guess. And the 10% bonus damage there versus, you know, demons and mages. Okay, I like a 10% damage boost against. Okay, it's not against everybody, but that's a decent number of enemies in the game, I guess. But then you got this, and all of your stamina basically counts as damage. And you add that to Reaver, and all of a sudden, it's just you start really working together. Templar, not so much. All right, we got to finish off some of these trees, man. I've got to get haste. Duration's 10. This will be what? 20? I think cleave is 20, right? $15, $20. Cleave is 20. That should really go last, to be honest. All right. 7%. Yeah. What do you got? You can craft epic gems or whatever. You got or you can use the highest quality gems. Now, when you can incorporate that into your crafting, I think you can incorporate a gem into your actual equipment itself. I don't think you generate equipment with gem slots. You just generate equipment that has those particular qualities on it. Plus, you get to pick and choose which items you want to, create your gear with, and so on and so forth. But yeah, it just kind of opens it up a lot, right? Okay.
Mika, give me strength.
Good to go.
See, if you got a ring called Andraste's Wisdom or something, you'd expect it to be just this epic, plus 10 to magic, plus 100 to mana, and shit like that, and it winds up being like plus 3 fire damage or some shit. Let's see. Epic name, but it's gonna be what? Oh, plus 1 attack speed. That's kind of cool, actually, I guess. For a freebie. Sure, you can have it. Why not? I still think that 10 mana right there is actually like an extra point or 2 of damage eventually with Berserk, but I think that could serve. I really honestly think that could serve Isabela, to be honest. And I guess I'll save this either for Bethany much later or give it to Anders later. But I want to take advantage of Anders getting more money. Money's got to be pretty much, that factors into everything right now. that's pretty much it. I think I've also got Anders. How would it serve Isabela? Because I'm trying to... I don't know. I may have made a mistake with Isabela. Because, all right, so I was running her to be my primary rogue. And honestly, I don't see really how that's ever going to work. I mean, she could, but to do so, you've got to dump everything into cunning for your traps and chests and loot and stuff. That's just XP if nothing else. Not to mention stuff, but it's XP. That's the, you know, you get through an act and all those traps and shit put together is probably 2 levels if you consider all the traps and then the chests as well. And then the cunning is also great for critical damage as well, and so on and so forth. So for attack is there. And then I can dump into Dex, but she has no willpower, no health. You can't put something into everything. It's almost better for me to go respec her right now, and just expect to run with her and Varric all the time. Then I could spec her really well. Cunning still is good for defense, but she has whatchamacallit? She has some abilities, passives and sustains and stuff that give her a lot of defense. And that's really her strength, is dodging normal attacks so she can handle multiple enemies. She's dodging a lot of normal stuff. So the cunning still plays in there, and it's just not enough points to go around because you have to have a certain amount of dex to equip daggers that will actually do any damage, to actually do anything. And if she's not doing anything, then, well, she's not doing anything. You know, just being annoying until she dies, and that's not going to do any good. So giving her some amount of willpower so she can pull off the abilities that you're giving her to do, and have some health so she can at least take some hits when she does get hit, and then enough cunning to disarm and unlock stuff and raise her defense, which is her strength. So I mean, I don't know, man. If I go respec her, that's just more money wasted. Just more money wasted, honestly. I just wanted to do that before we headed out. All right, we can go down here. We don't need Aveline with us for that. Not really. I just want to get out of town so we can get Fenris. Get him his stuff.
Do you know? No, and it doesn't matter. Nobody deserves that.
I know some mages who deserve that.
Really? Perhaps they should start making slaves tranquil. Then they wouldn't dream of escaping. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Slaves do not attract demons that try to possess them.
Which clearly justifies it. What a perfect...
Yeah, it actually does, Anders. Anders never wins an argument. And the worst part is, Anders thinks that it wins arguments. It'll be sure that it made some valid point, and it'll condemn itself by what it says, and not even know it. And that's the one mark of a fool, right? It's one thing for people to think you're an idiot. It's another thing to remove all doubt. Isn't that how the saying goes? Oh, awesome, man. Well, that's cool. This is, man, especially lately. You know, the streams have been fun and well, full by our old standards. You know, more of us every day. You know, all just chatting and hanging out and all that kind of stuff. And that's a bit of a release too, for me. Some, eventually, if, especially when the game's good and things are going well and so on and so forth. Sometimes it's good. It's a way to just get your mind off of stuff, at least for a little while. I mean, that's, hey, what are games for, right? But yeah, it's been therapeutic as well. I guess that's the only way I'd put it. You guys are always really cool and all that. Wouldn't ask for a better community of people. I mean, even if we weren't on Twitch, let's say we were all on some forum, for a particular game or particular interest or whatever, whatever the case may be. Just it's nice to get along and have a place where everybody's respectful and respected. Or we all at least try to be, and yeah. Okay, did I still have my chain lightning off from yesterday? I think I do. Yeah, I do. I don't have that already, do I? I don't think so. Gotta be enemies down here somewhere, right? Got to be. Raiders, I think. No? Really? Okay. Oh, there they are, yeah. Yeah, these I remember these spawns are a little bit broken.
We're out of Kirkwall, but not out of the night.
I don't know why the phrase keeps coming to mind, but I came up talking about, whatever brought it up the other day. That's been it's come up more than once. We talk about everything, but it's like, the worst thing in the world, pretty much, I think, for anybody is to just not be wanted. Not just so much abandoned and ignored, but to literally just not be wanted, anywhere. And hopefully no one's had to feel that in life. But if I was betting, I would bet that most people have at some point at least gotten part of that. Not just breaking up with a girlfriend and the obvious stuff, or getting in a fight with family or, something like that. But, like, legitimately just, like, being unwanted. I think it leads to a lot of problems with youths and stuff, because I think social standards and I think stuff that kids are trained to appreciate, people who don't fit that mold are left outcast. They're left not just ignored but unwanted. They're not cool, so they don't fit in anywhere, and those that, now you have some people who don't really care and they can just, get on with their own bad self and, get by with just a friend or two. But those who feel like they don't even have that and stuff, that's I don't know that there's any worse feeling, any worse state of being than that. and stuff. So I think on the opposite side of that coin, having a place to go, no matter how trivial or passing it might be, where you are, where people are glad to see you, where it's, oh, hey, where they recognize your name, or you want to talk about stuff. Usually, you know, game stuff here, obviously. I guess the same reason a lot of probably very introverted and nerdy type people, no matter how intelligent, possibly successful these people are as far as, you know, socially, but they can go to a convention where everybody likes the same movie or the same games or the same stuff, and all of a sudden they belong, you know, even if they don't know anybody, they still belong there, and they're not made to feel unwanted. I think that's just, yeah. So it's nice to have that, especially when everything's going pretty humdrum, or the immense pressures that you can be under just at any given time in life. Even something small where you actually can go and, you know, kind of like Cheers, you know, at the bar on the TV show. Yeah, Cheers, kind of like that, where everybody at least knows your name, right? Yeah, yeah.
Are you the reinforcements? I thought the captain would say
I don't know
more.
that a lot's changed. Not really. Other than not really doing, you know, Let's Play series, and that kind of ran out of games, personally. Not there aren't other good games out there, and who knows, man? Maybe get a wild hair and just go put up another one, breathe a little life into the channel, if nothing else. But hey, people still frequent the channel, and I still get comments every day somewhere. Got a lot of videos, a lot, like over 1,000. Which to some YouTubers maybe that's not a lot, but to me that was a lot. And every once in a while, just random comments on this and that and whatever else, and that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. But yeah, I kind of miss being in that 100%. But then it's hard to have time for both. I mean, I guess you can. I guess you can separate whatever. But yeah, not enough to go, okay, I'm going to dedicate the next year so many days a week to doing this. It never took off. It never paid itself back. YouTube never did. Just didn't. My fault? Well, maybe my fault. It wasn't for lack of trying, but yeah. So instead of giving up, you know, it's like, okay, well, give streaming a shot. You know, live YouTube basically is really all it is. If you're gaming on Twitch or YouTube or whatever, it's just like live videos, and you can take those videos and you know, export them over and or whatever. So I guess you got that
what
too.
What are you talking about? You think we're guards?
Yeah, those were some fun times too.
Must not have made it back.
The world was a different place then.
Felorden's up there.
My world was a different place.
Handiwork you've already seen. We tried 2 sorties up the path, but it's trapped to oblivion. Now I'd be thankful.
Yeah, it's trapped to oblivion, all right. That's true.
No fair, guard dog. You brought friends.
Shut your mouth!
This dude's laugh.
The longer we wait, the more of us they'll kill. Let's attack now.
I'm with you, but my men may be too rattled to join us.
Get as many of them as you can, and let's go.
Men, we're taking the battle to them. Look out for traps. Be careful. Everett's Morders are deadly.
All right. All right, everybody needs to stay right there.
What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots?
So let's count the XP on this one. All right, so that's 100 there.
Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
I believe that's 100 there. got to get these traps. The cool thing is the NPCs don't.
Piece of cake.
It's not showing the XP. The gauge is moving.
Now that's just rude. What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots.
Yeah, see, there's a trap on each one of these. There's a trap behind that main dude over there. Wow, that dude's taking a lot of extra damage. See, there's that. And there's one over here. As soon as I walk through here, Varric's going to get AoE'd instantly. So I should probably try to get these over here then. That way if my companions follow. And there's one up here.
That was the beauty of a shot. That's enough out of you. Somebody order a shot.
He's going kung fu on his ass, stabbing him in the nuts. Alright, so sometimes if you go up here, it breaks, and all your companions go run through the traps anyway. Even though see, I got them all on hold, they'll still run over there and do that
Everyone
bullshit.
stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
See, they're starting to follow me.
Watch where you step.
I love doing that.
Okay. Alright. I know it's a little broken here, but I want all this XP. And I don't really know another way to get it. Even doing this sometimes, everybody just breaks the code, so to speak, and runs around all willy-nilly anyway. I hate it when it happens, but... Alright, so we got one more trap here.
Now that's just rude. What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots.
Okay, if we got the ones off of the side up there for the most part. Okay, let's get everybody back here. So far so good, but I don't want to save here either, because sometimes you can break the quest if you have to reload from this spot. It's almost, and if you leave the area right now and come back, you can never finish this quest ever. It'll take one of these raiders away, who we probably killed already, but it'll take them away, and they'll never come back, and you have to kill them all to finish the quest. And so it's like you can't kill something that's not there, and so it glitches basically. All right.
Show you what I make.
Need to get closer. Now you roll.
Out of range.
All right, so Varric needs to stop everybody. Okay, now if he can concentrate on them over there, I can get these. That'll stop him.
We wrap this up sooner rather than later.
I think that's it. I think we got it. Yes.
They're all dead?
Watch the
I'll
oh
tell
yeah,
Lieutenant
there should be an
James
archive.
what you've done. I'll make sure he rewards you. Men, we're heading home.
Worse than my madness, dude? Oh, that's kind of hard to believe, but all right. At least I know I'm not alone. All right, that's for Aveline. All right, we can get all this stuff. I just want to make sure. And look at this. This one's worth
I love doing that.
150 by itself. I thought that was actually worth 250. Yeah, I'll export some to YouTube, but I only export them from the archive. They're always there. They stay there for how long? A month? I think it's a month. Pretty sure. Like yesterday's, for example, or whatever. If you're interested, yeah, it should be. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Since I haven't actually gone to look at that lately, and I'm sure they probably changed something. Twitch likes to do that to me. I go back and look and think I know where something's at, and then all of a sudden... Alright, so if I'm on my channel... one of these guys would know better than me, I'm sure, but if I'm on my channel... Let's see... How can I bring that up? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, there's an archive somewhere. Oh, that's right. I was having a problem scrolling down. Below the watch, you know, the watch screen. I'm not seeing the only thing I can scroll down is the list of like people you follow and suggestions and stuff on the left. And then you got the chat on the right. I can scroll down on that, but I can't scroll down on the whole page itself. Maybe I need to zoom out on it or something. Hold on. I ran into that the other day. I was kind of tripping on that. Seems like the smaller you make the page, just the more it. I still don't see a scroll down thing for it, man. Like 60-hour weeks, man. That's actually. 60-hour weeks, man. That's actually. That doesn't sound so bad right about now. 60-hour weeks. I think I could go for that. Oh, there you go. Under videos? Yeah. Click on... Yeah. There you go. Oh, there you go. Under videos? Yeah. Click on that, and then videos, and I still can't scroll down on this shit. I don't understand why. Oh, here we go. Now I can. Yeah, recent broadcasts. There you go. Yeah, it was 18 hours yesterday. Holy crap. And the two before that were from the same day, basically, if I remember right. I think. I'm not sure. Anyway. But yeah, there you go. All right. Cool.
Piece of cake.
Nice. Should all be picking up a bit more money. Just a little bit. It's like that 440 was probably more like, yeah, that 417 is probably more like 380 or something. Without the rune zone. All right. This poor guard is left here for the rest of the act. It's just, nobody cares. See, once again, see how sad it is to be unwanted? Just be left there. Well, leave him here. Maybe the seagulls will eat him and shit him into the ocean. Isn't that how Mirren says it? Nice. Nice. Honestly, I'm thinking this with just a, with the whole Varric, Anders, Merrill something like that. Well, this would be, because you'd have, as long as you're killing them fast enough and actually able to take a little bit of the heat, two-hander tends to be, whatever your health pool is, still tends to be a little squishy. It's like your armor, it's almost like you get a false armor rating. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're gonna do the whole, for the most part, Isabela and Varric. I'm only bringing Fenris out here because I have to trigger his little personal quest. You know, dealing with the slavers and all that shit. Good, that's a good amount of XP too, and money, I hope. Okay, some staffs. Staffs is good news, right? Anytime you pick up a staff, that benefits the whole party. Let's see. What has he got? 27, 27. Yeah, he's still dealing with 31, so I need to switch that yet. 23, that's like 25, right? Or 20, no. It's like 24. 27. That's still basically 26. Okay. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, an electric. Nice. And another electric. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that makes sense. That's, all right. That the only fire we got? I mean, I got like a bunch of electric staffs, don't I? So I get rid of that one. Sweet. That's nice. 60. Okay, now I think I really want to sell those. So I'm not giving that up right now. I'm not giving that up right now. 31 attack. Three attack. 23 and 31. I could give those to Isabela, or at least that. I think that's really worth it for anybody, just by itself. I'm gonna give Isabela this too. All right. Sell what we can. See, look at that staff. That's a pretty sick raw staff. Doctor's appointment and all that. Well, man, okay, no news is good news on that one then, T-Verse. Let's, all right, have a good one, man. And, hey, can't sleep or whatever and just want to come chill and shoot the shit, we'll be here. At least for a little while. Probably not streaming super late tonight, but we'll just be here, so. All right, have a good one, man. Sleep well. And hopefully you can get in and out, aren't stuck at the doctor's office and get nothing but good news and go on about your business. Oh, we didn't do the, we didn't get the book, did we? Deer is in the shadows. Shh. Just pretend like you don't notice. Deer's being stealthy. Stealthy deer. Ninja deer. Got the little mask on and everything. Got the boot black on the antlers, you know. Stealth suit on. Oh, we might need an emote for that. Huh. Man, what if get a collection of... Oh man, I don't think I couldn't make enough for everybody. But one unique emote for everybody. I mean, I don't think that's feasible. Unless they really expand it. But how cool would that be? So if I was transported into Dragon Age Origins as a mage, take one special... Well, it's always Blood Mage, because I'm the only one qualified to really be a good Blood Mage. We'll just kill all the rest of the Blood Mages. But it's okay if I do it. But I mean, of course, you know, you've got to deal all the damage. Right? And it is, you know, by essentially the strongest one as far as that goes. Although, I don't know. You know, I mean, that's two things. If you're a really strong healer, if you're a really super stout healer, then you can keep an effective party on their feet just that much better. So there's that too. But I mean, if I had to choose, of course it would be Blood Mage. I would just be the good kind. I mean, that was some sarcasm, of course. Okay, so you guys want to hear my theory? And I'm piecing this together. Okay, I'll try to tell you how I'm piecing it together. And I know there's much more efficient and much more polished and a whole lot better storytellers and lore people like what's his name, Jackdaw, I think. And there's a couple other YouTubers who've gone to great lengths to splice together videos to, you know, establish their, you know, lore and or you know, just theories that they have and so on and so forth. I like just talking it out with you guys, you know, and then keeping it random. I don't know that I'd put anything down on paper because it's really all theory anyway, as far as that goes. But I have a theory. Okay, here's what I believe. And so going all the way back to the beginning of time, and this is where I get this from, is the warden in Dragon Age Origins. What's his name? Riordan or whatever his name. The warden at the end. The one who you get out of jail in what's-his-face's cellars, and then he meets you at the estate, and then, you know, you go on, and then, of course, you fight the Archdemon, and he dies fighting the Archdemon, and so on and so forth. But that guy, he tells you that the first Archdemon was Dumat, the same one that Corypheus cries out to, which is Corypheus' god, whoever Corypheus served. Now, if Corypheus was an ancient magister, the first of the Darkspawn, intelligent, essentially, you know, and you have some other Darkspawn that were like that. That was kind of an enigma. It was a thing in Awakenings as well, right? You had intelligent. You even had the Architect, who was a lot like Corypheus. And so I think these were ancient magisters that served under one old god or another, but I think it's specifically magisters that served under old gods that were corrupt. But I don't know that all the old gods chose to rebel. It's possible just one or two. It's possible half of them chose not to and chose to stay either loyal to the Maker or just not give themselves up to corruption. They were wise, and those who gave in to power, right? This is like, I think, this is before written history. This is going back to where there was no Tevinter, Ferelden, or Legion, Canary, Rivani, kingdoms and stuff. Thedas was still raw. In fact, I think Thedas looked a lot different then, too. The world, in general, I think it was pretty much an Eden. I think the original creation was made beautiful. I don't think anyone made it tumultuous and chaotic and ugly on purpose. Not the mountains and stuff like that are ugly, per se, but I think if we were to actually get a vision of what it was like in the beginning, I think it would look a lot different than it does now. And I have a few theories. Like this particular cave right here, these are ruins. Okay, these are ruins here. in a cave. So are these ruins that were built as ruins in a cave, or is this a mountain that erupted from the earth and destroyed what was possibly a city here, an empire, right on the southern reaches of the Northern Kingdom, where essentially Tevinter originated, and they're associated with the original Magisters and all that. And it's definitely what Corypheus uses as a tool to use as something. But the Tevinter army in Dragon Age Inquisition is almost like a horde, a darkspawn horde. They're not only completely mind controlled and so on and so forth, but they want to establish a kingdom on Earth, and where the Blight in Ferelden failed, which would have probably just weakened Ferelden and then maybe moved on to weaken Orlais, because we know that Corypheus, his chief target, was not so much the Ferelden king or lack thereof, it was the Orlesian empress, right? Or emperor, should she be replaced, whatever the case may be. And I think if Duke What's-His-Face replaces that and Corypheus kind of holds back a little bit, I think Duke weakens Orlais and Ferelden even further by probably immediately going to war, to take Ferelden over again. He's one of the old hardliners, right? So anyway, I'm just kind of establishing the Tevinter mindset going back before there was ever Tevinter. I don't think there was a Tevinter when it was Corypheus. I think Tevinter is what rose from what was left of what was initially a world empire, kind of like Rome. So like if BioWare was going to like take a little bend on something, they'd probably compare this to the rise of Rome, being like, or the rise of anything that attempted to be, a world, global dominion and power, whatever. So, but I think back then the world looked a lot different. I don't even know that there was a waking sea at that time. It's possible that all those lands were connected. And this erupted sometime after, when Dumat, being the first archdemon. Here's what gets me. Which created the Dreadbolt, because it wasn't Solus originally, a spirit of pride that Mythal created. Okay, and you know what? I don't know exactly what's up with Solus. He doesn't seem to be like an old god, although I do believe Mythal, if Mythal is one of the original creators and an old god, but in a fallen state, because when wickedness was introduced to a world that had nothing in it, right? In other words, the kind of does it? Interesting. If there were no Darkspawn, there could not be an Archdemon, because don't the Darkspawn create an Archdemon? That's how an Archdemon is created. Is the Darkspawn dig and they find an old god, and you find out in Dragon Age Inquisition in the DLC that old god, at least the heart of that old god, looks like basically pure lyrium, and around it is nothing but life and creation, right? And those old gods have a guardian, and that ancient rock guardian, were you to corrupt it, would be like an ancient rock wraith, which is what you meet in Dragon Age 2. And it's in a primeval Taig before before dwarves were dwarves. I'm not saying there weren't dwarves in the original creation. Probably dwarves were one of the original races and so on and so forth, but it was much different. The dwarves you meet in Dragon Age Inquisition's DLC are far different from your typical dwarf, running around, politicking one another and carving statues of paragons and stuff like that. This goes way before that. And so in that ancient Taig, I do believe, was the source of the first Blight. Now you have a red lyrium idol. Why? Well, in order to corrupt yourself, there has to be, I would think, some kind of ritual, some kind of something, because basically what you're doing is blood magic, one way or another. And it's probably the origin, the father of all that would be known as blood magic and the dark arts and this and that. Anything that resulted in power at the expense of life, and so on and so forth. The first blood magic apparently was the blood writing that was put on the elves to force them to worship their creators rather than the maker. And I think that in and of itself is metaphorical for just basically stepping into the Golden City, unless they found a way bodily to actually enter. In other words, if the spirit realm was just an elated sense of consciousness, spiritual enlightenment, like kind of like being ethereal and physical at the same time, which is, I think, how everything was essentially created. These things weren't created divided. I think in the dividing of the Fade, as it's called now, which is certainly a heightened sense, right? But the flesh isn't really designed to dwell there now because they've been separated. They were torn apart, asunder, if you will. I think in the tearing of that apart is where shit like this erupted. All these mountains and all this stuff like this. I think if you looked at Sundermount, the Wounded Coast, Kirkwall before Kirkwall was built by the later dwarfs, right? And so on and so forth, I think you'd see a kingdom, and I think stuff like this was erected to commemorate the fall of Dumat. I think Dumat actually made himself the first archdemon, probably with the help of his magisters, Corypheus probably being one of them, or his high priest, in a sense. You know what I mean? And being a step above the average darkspawn who would just be the followers. The original followers of Dumat, whether they were forced to be followers by some form of blood magic, not too different than what Fenris suffers here, but more along the lines of what the elves were inflicted with the blood riding thing, which they commemorate. They use that as their history, and because they don't know what their history even means. You know, they have no idea why they do what they do. They just try to keep the histories the best they can. It's all, even Sarah tells you it's all just fancy dress. It's all just play acting. They don't know what any of it actually stands for. If they did, they would probably throw most of it in the trash can, because it would be either incriminating or embarrassing, like the blood writing, for example, which is like a staple of their culture, and it's the one thing. It's like coming from a lineage of slaves and wearing shackles on your wrist as a thing of pride, and associating them with power as opposed to powerlessness. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the kind of irony there. But if this was a kingdom, and I wouldn't imagine that the original architecture and structure in this, but we could be on, I mean, just for example, like the third floor of what used to be a castle or a temple or something like that. But I think in order for Dumat, in order for Dumat to basically, I would say, like, giving yourself over completely. It's one thing to do bad things or have bad thoughts or even be a bad person. It's another thing to basically be wickedness. In other words, not just to follow wickedness, but be wickedness in principle, to give yourself over completely. How many souls had to be slaughtered? How much blood had to be spilled? What had to be done to create a ritual powerful enough to give yourself over completely, to oppose all that was creation, and basically just be the opposite of that? You know what I mean? Every principle of power, aside from good and innocence and truth and justice and faith and all, and we won't even talk about justice, that demon, but who's not even considered he's just a lesser demon in the Fade, comes down here and now tries to stud up with this pedo filth. But anyway, if this was the side of that, and the result of that would be your first blight. How in the world did the first blight end? There were no wardens. Now, Dumat may very well have been defeated, like Corypheus has been defeated, right? And rather than be in prison, just to continue going on being this basically, BioWare's version of the devil in Thedas. Okay. So Dumat is essentially still a being, still around. If you worship at his altar, you get rewarded. There's some life there. There's something, obviously. Corypheus still acknowledges him as his master, or whatever you want to call it, God, or whatever. I think just about everything you see around here was a result of what happened in those deep roads initially. And I think that lyrium idol is associated with it. I think that lyrium idol was the ritual tool or whatever that Dumat made Dumat. And it's also interesting that his rock wraith, his ancient guardian, which there apparently is, when guarding or keeping a titan, one of these, which I associated with an old god, possibly their anchor in this world, or whatever the case may be. It seems to have some source or power of creation, and something of a mind or will of its own, or at least the old god associated with. Now, when an old god is corrupted, then you get an archdemon, which is a dragon, right? And that's interesting how the dragon head is at the top of these pillars, with skulls just stacked upon skulls with a couple at the top and then one at the very top. Like, for example, just theoretically, say you had Corypheus there and then several other architects and then the followers in whatever ranks, and just like the Darkspawn have ranks, and so on and so forth. You know, you got emissaries and then you got little grunts and stuff like that. I'm just saying. And it's possible of those follows that weren't slaughtered. Probably the people who refused to follow were slaughtered to provide the blood and power to produce that type of magic to basically make yourself an archdemon willingly. I don't think Dumont was made an archdemon by the Darkspawn. I think Dumont became the first archdemon, and I think the Darkspawn were a result of that. That's what I believe. Or it's something along those lines. This isn't like, it's that and nothing else. I'm not saying there aren't a whole lot of other factors and different players and that and so on and so forth, but I think essentially that's more or less what happened. And that's before there was even any written history. This was back before there was a Tevinter. And I think that first blight is what conquered the southern kingdoms to probably force everybody into obedience. And it probably essentially almost worked. And some brave souls somehow basically defeated the archdemon, but being unable to kill the archdemon. What in the world process they used to figure out how to kill an archdemon after that, to create the first wardens, you know, to prevent future blights? Because if Dumont was one of the old gods who did this, it's very feasible that there were several others that did so as well. In fact, I don't know. I'm seeing this pillar right here, which is kind of common in areas like this. Notice they're all hidden here, and it's like commemorative, and each skull representing a life taken to do this. It always comes down to blood magic. It always comes down to something contrary to pure creation. It's the opposite. It's death and destruction, right? One way or another. Look, you got these groups of 3 here, and these are also. So were these like the first 3 old gods, or these were 2 other old gods who fell at the same time with Dumont and would be the ones to willingly? They wouldn't need to be corrupted by the Darkspawn. They would just wait to bring about future blights, probably for some big purpose above and beyond anything that's been written yet. I don't think anyone can theorize on that, because it seems like idiots like Corypheus and even Dumont itself. You know, Dumont turned over to wickedness under the guise of what? Under a power and influence that guided him to do that. So there's still something bigger than something like Dumont, who would be maybe the incarnate version of your anti-maker or your devil in Thetis, still serving a power, a principle that's basically contrary to all that's good. It still really boils back to that, and I don't think that's like an individual being. Although all of that may be embodied in Dumont, so it could be the personification, the actual incarnate, whatever of that particular thing. You know, 100% evil and all that implies. Maybe so. I think that's what he had to embrace in order to be the first archdemon, because there would not be any Darkspawn to corrupt him. I think it was a choice. I think we'll find something like that, along with a few of the other old gods. I just don't know how many there are. So I've heard some say 7, some say as many as 12. I'm thinking, if you want to include Andraste, but I don't think Andraste is Andraste. I think Andraste is an Andrastian, or a chantry, perhaps even an Orlesian thing. I think Andraste is a legend that rose up in later histories that goes back and probably has a kernel or 2 of truth, because I haven't found anything that's really historically, traditionally written in Dragon Age that holds more than maybe a half ounce of truth. The rest is bullshit. It's always exposed as being either rewritten for political reasons, completely lost because nobody knows. There's no witnesses left to testify as to what really happened about anything. And pretty much most of the shit that really happened and resulted in everything that is today was before there was really written history anyway. And if there was, you got to find it in scraps and pieces, because most of it's been lost. I mean, hell, the whole world was thrown into upheaval as a result of this shit. It wasn't just a blight. I think your mountains, your valleys, your oceans, your lakes, your chasms, your depths, your abysses, and all the broken things that you find here are just like the Fade. What did the librarian say in that Inquisition DLC? The librarian said it had basically all been lost. His entire existence was to just keep and just, you know, basically dwell in the collected knowledge of basically everybody. And I'm sure it was metaphorical. I'm sure even that was just something to make a concept sort of understandable so you have something material to actually look at, because that's all the mind can really understand, especially if you're not in an enlightened state. All of the fade would just be something that you could associate so it sort of makes sense to you, kind of like Shepard being given the bit gun when Legion sends Shepard into the collective or whatever it's called, right? Same kind of thing, something you can relate to. And Shepard goes, "Why is it a gun?" Well, I mean, you're Shepard. That's why it's a gun, because you kill things, you know. But same type of thing. Almost everything in the Fade isn't really what it is, but it's all broken, and most of it's lost. I think most of the things in the natural world were lost when this happened too. It's possible all those oceans and all those raging seas and all this other stuff, and except for maybe some of the rivers and some of the beautiful stuff, I think a lot of that was just thrown into turmoil, chaotic upheavals, volcanoes, eruptions, and everything else as a result of ripping the natural world from its other half. Because I don't think these things were created separate. And like you're saying, I mean, it's even pretty much, at least the theory is that, you know, Solus, or whoever Solus was, or whatever that represents, or whatever part he played in things way back then, once again, right when all this shit was going down, that he actually created the veil itself to, I don't know so much just save his people type thing, although he might kind of say something like that. It might have been done to avert one disaster, but it created so much more loss. You know, yeah, you may have saved everybody for a time, but you threw the entire creation into reverse, you know. So I don't know. But that's and I notice it's always Dumont. That's the statue of Dumont. It's always Dumont in these. You'll uncover them here, Sundermount and other places like that. If you say that's where, I think Sundermount wasn't even a mountain. I don't think it was a mountain when whatever was done, and how specifically that happened, and so on and so forth. And Flemeth was somewhat associated with that. So if you're going to associate that with Mythal, you think Flemeth is maybe Mythal. And if you notice all the stories of Andraste, then the stories of Flemeth, then the stories of even Aveline amongst the Orlesians, although much more vaguely, they all have parallels. Take every single story and put it together. The legend or the history or the tradition of Andraste herself, then Mythal, and the characters in their lives, and then just basically erase everybody's names and just say person A, person B, person C, person D, and there's parallels. None of them are identical, but none of them are distinct either. None of them are completely alien from the other. They all have something there. And considering these are written histories after an event that has no written history to it, you can only assume it's just legend with maybe a kernel of truth. The shit wasn't just made up out of thin air, but it's been twisted. It's kind of like you start telling a story, right? And you're sitting in a table full of people, and you tell one story, you whisper it to the person to your left and tell them to repeat exactly what you say. By the time it gets through just 8 or 10 people, it doesn't resemble at all what you said in the first place. And how much more for a history that really couldn't be documented, and if it was mostly lost. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's kind of how I think all this was. Like this right here, this shit wasn't built into the rock. The rock formed around this stuff. Stop spamming that shit. I just switched to a cold staff. Oh well. Nice. Should have switched to a cold staff. We would have kicked his ass pretty quick, actually, I think. I think you know it's and that's what I'm saying. Like you say, they were all just slaughtered. I think they were slaughtered to enable this to happen. The whole first archdemon, the whole Dumat thing, because you know mages still act like that to this day. When they go to burn down their circle or rebel or go to just, you know, I've had enough with you not giving me a reason to not have enough, so I'm going to kill everybody because I'm offended because you didn't offend me. So I'm going to make up some shit you didn't do so I can have an excuse to be offended and kill everybody. And so when they go to do that shit in their circles, they always kill the rest of the mages to empower their ability to kill everybody else. You know, it's either convert or die. And then they just carry on from there. You know, get the mages to come with them, use the rest as fodder. Tranquil have served no purpose to them. They make what ocularums out of them because you can't cast fireballs and murder innocent people. So you're of no use to them. So let's just make an ocularum. And use it for somehow gain some more power so we can just be mages and kill innocent people and wah, you know. And it just always comes down to that. But that's the method they use to take over their towers, to do what they do. Possess everyone you can, and those who won't, then you use them as power to help you kill everybody else. Mainly the Templars and so on and so forth, right? Isn't that the usual MO? I mean, just if you just break it down to its simplest terms. So that slaughter there could very well empower the creation of this guy right here. The creation of that red lyrium idol, which is almost the opposite of a Titan. It's basically the opposite because it's living and breathing. It basically has an influence. It's made up of the collected whatever of something, and it doesn't necessarily just have a mind of its own, but it's certainly a conduit of more than just influence. Has the power almost to open the veil, almost, or maybe it does actually. But yeah. It even has the power to convert. Hell, it turned Meredith into pure lyrium, right? It's all just theory anyway. It was fun to talk about. It's fun to like piece together a bunch of different stuff and say, you know, if you just kind of put all this together, it kind of starts to form a picture. Maybe the picture's made up of 1,000 dots and you only have like 100 of them, but it still kind of starts to, you know, kind of like what an impressionistic or minimalist painting. It just kind of sort of starts to take, you just kind of start filling in the blanks, and the more shit that makes sense, the more little dots you can kind of piece together. And a lot of time it's I'm noticing stuff is very contrary to the established lore. What people who didn't write the game demand that really was based on history that's completely false. I just can't take codex, and I can't take, you know, word of mouth, and I can't take traditions of the people and the cultures and stuff in Thedas, no matter who they may be, very seriously when they all seem to be just off in La La Land when it comes down to what actually happened. Like, I mean, come on, man. The last Inquisitor, basically their existence, and if not their existence, their you know, who they were was written out of history, right? Basically. I mean, come on, man. That doesn't tell you something? And that was recent history. Now, I want you to go back before there was even written history and tell me who knows exactly what went down. I can only look at the evidence, what remains, what's left. Just, you know, little dust fragments here and there of stuff, and that's when I'm like, I don't know, I don't think it's all quite what it seems.
Nicely done.
Let's go clean up any more mobs, any more thugs who want to attack us randomly. Might be a few Mabari. I hate killing dogs. You have to kill so many dogs in Act 2, too. Oh, there we go.
Go down!
I don't even know if we got paid for that. I didn't see any XP. I think last time I was here, I was looking. I wonder what this is worth. Nothing. I think this is somehow a broken part of a spawn for Aveline's little romance thing or something. Like just way out of place. I don't know. Or maybe just a pack of dogs all driven crazy by Corypheus trying to get away and you're forced to kill them. Man. Just hate that. Hate it, hate it, hate it. You know, puppy bros didn't do anything to anybody. It's not their fault. It's always people's fault, isn't it? Pretty much. No bad animals, just bad people. I don't think I'm getting XP for that either. I didn't see it anyway. Should be one more little group up here. Yeah.
One less to worry about. Gotcha! One less to worry about.
There you go. Let's shut up. So who do we get next? Dougal? Old Dougal, old buddy? All right. That was a pretty productive little run there. No horrible party wipes or anything super embarrassing, right? I just need to just travel. Doesn't really matter where we go, I don't think. Here, let's go to the gallows so I can piss off. There we go. So I can go piss off. What's his face? Anders. I'm giving up Fenrir in the Fade, too. Oh, yes, I am. I know. It's a bad thing to do, and I should probably feel bad, but... Yeah, just don't mess with it, man. Just leave it alone. Take what's there and, you know, refine it, fix it, clean it up. Coding errors and, you know, whatever, you know, stuff like that. But, yeah. This would be kind of cool. In like, okay, 2K or 4K or something, but I don't know that I would change this. Like, I wouldn't redraw it. I wouldn't, you know, okay, the sky could be a little more dynamic and, you know, the moon rays could be a little more dynamic and, you know, if you want to throw some particle effects in there, which always just seems to be a waste of processing power in my opinion. Hell, there's mods on some games to take that shit out of the game so that you stop crashing so that you can actually put stuff in that you actually want. You know, waving grass and all this shit. Waving grass underground that you can't even see, that type of stuff. I don't need any of that, but you could really super hyper define these textures and, you know, clean up some of the aliasing. But what I wouldn't want is like what they did in like sequels to Dark Souls and stuff, is creating bigger character models to where, see where Hawk is right here, to where her head is basically like there, even though you're looking here, where she's like twice that size. Everything's in in perspective, but you're taking up a smaller space there. And I like the third person open. It works. You know, Dragon's Dogma. I'm glad they didn't do that in Dragon's Dogma. They kept it real. They just really just retextured the game, pretty much. So I think they might have messed with one or two little mechanical type things. Nothing game changing or that. Added some DLC stuff and whatever. But visually, like the way the game plays, the way it looks, they did a great job. Although, to be honest, the remastered Dragon doesn't look really hardly any better than the original 360 version. It really doesn't. For the most part, it might run a little easier because I don't think they added so much as they really stressed the hardware any. So I guess that's cool. But yeah, if you're gonna remaster it, I would just slap new textures on it. I'd really like a remaster of this quality in Dragon Age Origins, because you think this is, you know, a little dated. Oh, Origins it's damn near Jade Empire. Nothing wrong with the game, but if you're gonna put a facelift on it, then probably rework some of the meshes and then put in some really, you know, high def textures, but leave the art the same. The city and the way it's styled and stuff, it's awesome. You know, the chains and the pulleys and the smoke and the brick, and just got that old rustic vibe going to it. Anyway, yeah, that would be really cool. All right. What's Dougal and then week 2? Frost, I think. All right. Pretty sure. Spirit and Frost would probably work actually too. I don't think I got 22 cold or 31. Oh, that's 6 of one, half dozen of another. I think I'll just roll with that. Well,
look who's
Dougal.
here.
Well, that's Varric's voice, isn't it?
It turns out we'll need to do this the hard way, Hawk.
I think it is.
I'll get the money you owe me if I have to tear your mansion apart brick by brick.
So you thought an ambush would get you what you want?
I considered going after your mother, but I prefer the direct approach. Boys, let's make this quick. I want to be in that mansion within the hour.
Now, Spirit's alright. I think they're weak to Frost, but there's a little Frost in there too, so I think that's alright. Ah, that's 800 extra XP. So if you take the deal from Dougal, you can spend all your money in Act 1, still walk out of the Deep Roads with the same amount, get to kill Dougal, pick his pockets, 800 something free XP, and at least look out for your mother in this respect, although that doesn't work so well with Orsino and Andrew's little buddy. But hey, mages will be mages. They will do what they do. All right, so now we can go look at the bone pit for that evil book, just so we don't have to do it later. There we go. Now we just need fire. Yeah, it's kind of nice, isn't it? Like I'm not killing as many enemies at once, but I'm killing fewer enemies a little faster, because your one-handed weapons do almost as much damage as a two-handed. They just have a much smaller arc, but you swing like 50% faster. So it's kind of like already having some basic haste, just with a smaller, you know, your arc as a two-handed winds up getting, what, 6 meters or some shit? You're like a big-ass ceiling fan at that point, but...
They'll never learn, will they?
I meant to do this. I wasn't sure if they'd ambush us right here, though, but... I should have just switched this already. So just straight fire should be good. We should be able to run over everything here now. Should. Wow. It's almost tempting. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at those. This, I don't know who needs that. Barrett doesn't. No, we're gonna go ahead and. Ah! Anders must have liked what he saw there because he stood there and just stared that dude down the whole time. Chain lightning would be great right there. Oh well.
Now you fall. You want to fight? Try me.
There we go. Okay. Just go ahead and just squat right on the slaver mage.
Please don't kill me.
Who kills people daily, like coffee in the morning to refresh his blood magic. But as soon as he loses all of his 100 friends that he tried to kill one or two of you guys with, now he wants mercy. But he'll totally betray all of his friends to get it. What a piece of...
Then let me go. I beg you.
I wonder if your victims ever begged like that. The innocent people ever begged like that. Good job, Fenders. Well, the world's a better place now. No other way to look at that. Honestly.
I was a fool to think I was free. They'll never let me be.
Well, let's go kill them then.
Then why are we standing around?
The holding caves held slaves in the old times, but apparently they are no longer abandoned. We must go quickly, before Hadriana has a chance to prepare. Or flee.
Slaver rope. Really? That's all I get? I get a 2 copper piece of rope? Really? It makes it even better. It's the first thought that crosses my mind. I wonder if all of your innocent victims did this when you were slicing them open so you could feed your demons and do all that bullshit and whatever. It just gets old after a while. Alright, so now we're going to piss Fenris off by going back to Hightown at night. I think you have to go specifically to Hightown, I think. It might be anywhere in Kirkwall, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's...
Fenris, you've escaped the Magister's reach for too long.
So Hadriana finally dares to look for me in the city, does she?
Give yourself up. This is your last warning.
Don't be a fool. We will slaughter you all.
Wrong answer!
No one's dropping anything. You notice that? Okay, here's the problem. There's a bunch of traps down there, and I've got to have them. So there's 2 different ways to do this. I can just go YOLO down there and hope the arcane horror doesn't one-shot me with some pool of spiritual death, or I can get back at full health. I don't know. See, I got to keep everybody back. Or maybe I can just let everybody do their thing and just go get the traps out from under their feet. I think there's 3 or 4. Wish I had stealth. Wish Varric had stealth. Ah, shit. That would make it easier. All right, we're going to try it this way once.
What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots?
Okay, it should be right here.
Piece of cake.
I don't think the arcane horror comes out yet. There's one here.
Now
One
that's
more.
What are they trying to do? Ruin
All right. Cool.
Too far.
I'm gonna watch out for this. No, he spawns right here. He's kind of like the Cerebos. Sometimes he spawns doing that spirit shit, and then you're screwed. Come on. Where the fuck is he? I can't hit him because I got these assholes blocking me. Nice. Alright, we're good. This is really worth it. I think this is like 1500 XP or some shit. Oh, dude, you can be right there? Yeah.
This is your fault. Told you
This is
Adriana
your
needed
fault.
to be dealt with. And here she attacks us again.
Alright. Alright, say, hey man, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I know it's fixing to be Monday, so everybody's got to get.
It's not like her attacks are all that hard to deal with.
That's not the
That's
point.
not the point.
What if the hunters come to the mansion next? I won't wait to see if you'll be there the next
You
time.
befriend him for finishing the quest, so I don't mind pissing him off a little here. I mean, 1500 XP is 1500 XP, right?
Then let's do it now.
It's about time. As soon as we leave, I'll take us there.
Okay, man. Shit. Party pooper. I'm still gonna get my loop fenders. I don't care what you say. Just saying. Is that 8? 4? Really? Maybe the horror drops some decent amount of money. Maybe. 21. Nice. Nice. I'll take that. Yes. Yes, I will. So I'm pretty sure this this mage lady, whatever her name is, I think she dropped some. I think it's the Magister's Lifestone, or you get it somewhere in there, maybe out of a chest or something. But it's like plus 15 defense, and enemies drop better equipment, and that's actually sometimes worth more than dropping more coin, because an upgraded piece of equipment can be worth twice as much. You know, like just a regular gray item might be worth 15 silver, and an upgraded version of it be worth like 40 or 50. So, and that, you know, once you sell it, that still counts as money. Where are the other enemies at? Thought there was one more here. Oh, okay, you can't go down there.
I won't fetch a handsome price. It's too much. That's enough.
Remind me never to...
Okay. Ah, glitter dust. There you go. Thought I was forgetting something. Got to have it.
The cake.
Nice. So you kind of have to do this to get that last glitter dust and that embrium too, right? Well, I don't. Maybe these count as extra, but shit, that's like 400 XP right there. Honestly, not too bad, even if you don't need it. Okay. What do we have? Yeah, there it is. Let's see. I can give that to. Kind of liking that right there. I don't need it. Varric? He needs that attack. Interesting. I'm only going to be using him for this, though. I guess we can just hang on. I'll give it to somebody better. Ooh, shit. 21 as opposed to, I mean, that's just, gotta have it, right? Give that to Aveline if, maybe. That'll work for now.
We must be careful. There were many such holdings once, especially in the mountains where individual slavers kept private pens. They were designed to protect against raids by fellow slavers. No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place.
Do slavers attack each other often?
They did. What better way to find slaves than to steal them? The holdings outside of Tevinter have mostly been abandoned, but they still exist.
Hadriana won't escape us.
Let's hope this isn't a waste of time. They're still here. Good.
I think an axe has a smaller arc. I think it has some like knockback power, but a smaller arc than a sword or something like that.
See for yourself. The legacy of the Magisters.
Blood magic.
In a society where mages rule, they find many ways to justify their need for power.
Anders would know. I still got a little. Yeah, sure it does. Cool looking axe, too. I think I used this axe model in Inquisition, if I remember right.
Too much.
Nice. Sure, everybody just killed themselves now. What is it about your companions where they have to jump up and down on traps, especially if they know they're there? Oh, yay!
Try to leave the tricky ones alive. Rush them. Get back. Gotcha.
No, no, no. That's when you tell the mate, stop it. Stop it. Don't do that. Bad mates.
That's enough. Go down.
Nothing to worry about.
Are you hurt? Did they touch you?
They've been killing everyone. They cut Papa, bled him.
Why? Why would they do this?
It's a demon at work. By this point, there's nothing human left inside.
The Magister.
Anders would know.
She said she needed power, that someone was coming to kill her. We tried to be
Hey,
good.
anybody know
We did
who won the
everything we
Packers
were
game?
told.
I'm assuming
Loved
it's
Papa
over by
so.
now.
I don't understand.
Or it should be almost. Anybody?
You're just a slave to them. Property to be used.
Everything was fine until today.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
You just didn't know any better.
Are you my master now?
No.
But I
No.
can cook. I can clean. What else will I do?
If you go to Kirkwall, I can help you.
Yes? Oh, praise the Maker. Thank you.
I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave.
Slaves are useful, Fenris. That's
I
messed
gave
up.
her a job, Fenris.
Ah,
Yeah.
then that's good. My apologies. Let's find Hadriana and be done with this place.
Garbage. Okay, thought you were forced to. Oh, I thought Fenris got like a armor upgrade in one of these. There it is. That's it. I think that's actually extra armor. Actually, pretty sure. Okay. Got to save. All right. Cool. Packers won 45-30. No shit. Oh, Bears scored 30 though. Okay. I know they got a rookie quarterback and stuff. I don't hate the Bears like I do the Vikings. That's really the one rival that I consider a rival. The Bears. It just goes back. It's so traditional. But you know that. I heard an interesting stat before Brett Favre. So you're going back about 3 decades. Before that, and then so the rivalry goes back 100 years. In the 70 years before that, the Bears had notched about 80 or 90 more wins than the Packers. Not against each other. Their heads up is almost even. I think Packers have gone up a little bit since Aaron Rodgers was there, but for the most part they were even. It was like like 100-99, 101-100, like that. I think Packers are a little ahead now, but just in the last 3 decades, it's gone from 80 or 90 wins, more, just overall. Now it's down to like 2. Yeah, I think it's down to 2. It was 3 at the beginning of the game. I think it's down to like 2 games. So in other words, if Green Bay wins 2 more games than the Bears do this year, or if they win. Say Green Bay wins the next 4 and the Bears only win 2 of them, they'll actually be tied. And they will have tied that up in 3 decades. What was a discrepancy of like 70 years. I think that's just a testament to the quarterback position that Green Bay's been lucky enough to have since 90. No, actually Majkowski wasn't bad. And I think he got there in like 88, 89, I think. He was probably going to be something. He just got horribly hurt, and Favre, well, never looked back. Had they not traded for Favre that offseason, Green Bay would have been a completely different thing. Imagine how different the field would have looked. Favre would have probably eventually wound up somewhere. I don't think he stays in Atlanta. But who knows? Under different coaching and under different system and under different guidance, he may never. He always obviously had something there, but. I think your formative years, your first couple years playing the position in the NFL, I think that's what really dictates where you're going to be. Are you always going to be a backup like Jimmy Garoppolo? He's a glorified backup. Or what's that guy they had in Rich Gannon? Rich Gannon, who could do amazing things, but just wasn't that next step guy. He was just almost there. Matt Ryan, perfect example. Too good for a backup, but he's not the guy. Maybe had he had different coaching and maybe had he established different habits early, then who knows what Matt Ryan might have done. That stuff like that. Anyway. But yeah, they've really appreciated really good success for going on 30 years now. I don't think she should be able to shield up like that. think this mage is running out of blood. How is she able to pull that off and keep it there? Oh, it died with her. Bye. Never mind, you can knock me back. That's my job, is to tank that shit, right? Ah, thanks, Toaster. That's a good thing. My Bengals lost today. At least they made it a game.
I want dead more.
I have information.
I didn't think they'd necessarily go to the Super Bowl this year, much less even make the playoffs, but it's nice to see them at least.
Location of Daenerys.
Honestly, I hope they just go. What is it? 17 games this year now. So you can go. You can go 10-7 now, technically, or 9-8 instead of 9-7, 9-8.
And I will tell you where she is.
So, I guess you can't just go 500 anymore, right?
This is your call.
So I have your word. I tell you, and you let me go.
Yes, you have my word.
Her name is Verania. She is in Carinus, serving a magister by the name of Ehrman.
A servant, not a slave.
She's not a slave.
I believe you.
Nice. Good job, Fenders. Get these blood mages.
Done here.
Your word is worth as much as the person you're giving it to, as far as that goes. Depending on the circumstances, of course, but...
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it.
We'll let
This could be a trap.
Fenders have his
Daenerys
emotional
could have
moment here.
sent
It's
Hadrian here
understandable.
to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Daenerys has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot, and all the other mages with her.
And here I thought you were unreasonable.
Shut up, bitch. Hold on a second. I gotta see something real quick. Now give me, shit. Okay, hold on.
This doesn't mean we shouldn't look for your sister.
What else should it mean? Even if I found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil?
That's a true story, man. It's a true story. History has proven that every time. Going back to before there was even history. In fact, isn't it magic that really started everything? I mean, honestly. That's a shame. Sorry. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's just had to go see something real quick before I forgot. Been doing that lately. Hey, no knockouts though. A little distracted tonight, guys. Well, thanks for hanging out with me tonight, guys. I know it's kind of chill, and everybody's like, "Okay, end of the weekend, get ready for work and this and that." But guess what's after that? Another weekend.
Not myself. I'm sorry.
Although for some of you guys, it's still sort of the weekend. Somebody, who was it that said they put in a bunch of overtime or did something or worked or something, and then had like the next so many days off? Who was that? Was that you, Toaster? Somebody did.
People take their frustrations out on me all the time.
Yeah, they had like a 5-day
You
weekend
were
coming up or
generous.
something. I think that was
When I was
Thursday,
still a
maybe
slave,
Friday.
Adriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond, and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now.
You get Wednesday
I
off though?
couldn't let her go.
Oh, so yeah,
I wanted to,
this isn't even your weekend. So your weekend's coming up. So so this is almost your Friday then. At least it's sort of, actually, you get Wednesday off, but today's kind of your Wednesday. Oh, okay.
I'm glad you killed her then.
I should be happy now that Hadriana is dead. Instead, I feel nothing but disquiet. This
I have to get a daytime
I thought I'd gotten
job,
away from it,
even if it's part-time.
but it dogs me no
I wouldn't mind
matter
full-time
where I
to
go.
still stream
To feel it again.
at nights
To
and
know
be
it was
limited.
they who planted
And
it
still
inside me. It
getting
was
good
too much to
streams
bear.
on days off and so on and so
But I
forth.
didn't
Not a whole
come
lot
to
different than what we
burden
do
you
now
for that.
anyway. Wouldn't be, probably not those epic 12, 16, 20-hour streams or anything, but something like that. But I have to have, it's got to be, well, actually, I got 2 things I could check on tomorrow, but yeah, and my mind's kind of swimming because I don't really have a direction. Every avenue I've pursued has just been roadblocked, and that's getting kind of worrisome now. But I'm going to be doing that. I would say I should have already, but every approach I've made, and even when it wasn't like drastic, I guess it just has been drastic, and I'm just now letting it sink in just how needful that would be. Every avenue I pursue is just dead. So
We're friends,
Anyway.
Fenris.
I think
I'm
I'll
not
be doing
certain I know
that.
what that is.
I really love some kind of delivery, something. Wouldn't really matter. I mean, I'll deliver for Walmart or want a DoorDash or something like that. But things just get in the way.
She claims
Something will pop up.
she was sent here by you. I didn't know what to tell her.
Okay. Alright, so we got Fenris' stuff out of the way. Don't we actually have to still go talk to him one time or something? Okay, it's Varric, Anders, Fenris, everybody. Everybody. Like literally everybody. We go do Sebastian's thing. Okay. We can't put him in here now though, can we? So I guess it'd have to be Sebastian and I guess. Here, that's something I want to give Isabela anyway. Cool. I think we got some money waiting for us at the
Were you listening to that guy in the hang?
at the keep too, right? We gotta go talk to Aveline anyway about something. All right, so we can concentrate on her other stuff. See, I almost had her there. Start working on. She's got. That's nice. Attack is 20%. That's nice. So that's a point I can save right there. So her defense maxes. Her defense maxes when she's basically near 3 people, right? Pretty much. Let her do her no, we got. Oh fuck. What do I do? Just let her work her way towards it, I guess. I don't know, man. All right, at least get her some better stuff. Nice, nice. Oh, that helps. What do these take? 29 and 30? Okay. 29. All right. I actually could have got her that, but then, oh well, that's all right. I'm fixing to switch her out anyway. Okay, now this. So the whole defense thing isn't really going to work for her that much then, is it? She can't use that. Oh, fuck it. Throw that away. Now I'm losing attack with that too. With that one. Is it 83? Then I'm gonna caps it. That's actually maybe not a bad idea. You can roll with that for a while. All right. So I get that to Aveline, I guess. I mean, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't be too bad for me either. But, oh shit, I don't know, man. Nobody who can use that. I don't want to give up on the health right now. Oh, I know who I can give that to. Sure can. All right. That's not a waste then. He's going to need, what, 29 decks too. Okay. All right, I know what I'm doing. Vaguely. Sort of. Not really.
I thought it would end here. That young lady, Hawk, she decimated Flint Company. No survivors. Yet, now that I know who sent them, it's harder to see their deaths as justice.
Death is never justice.
Hawk, we were just talking about you.
Carry on. I love to eavesdrop.
Hawk said sarcastically.
You know, I hate it when you do that.
Hawk muttered in an angry aside to the dwarf.
If you two have a moment,
Where does that come from?
Flint Company. The Harrimans, a noble family of Kirkwall. They were my parents' allies.
Yeah, it's always wrong. Like, always literally wrong. But, you know, most of what she says, you hear that in the real world from people in positions of influence and authority. priests and professors and politicians and whatever, you know, high-ranking, you know, businessmen and professionals and stuff like that. It's the general philosophy that just has no basis in the real world, you know. But these are all people of power. They're all people of success. So who can argue with that, right? But then you hear what celebrities. You hear what comes out of their mouth, and you're like, how do you even breathe? How does your brain even work to make you breathe? I don't get it.
Is there any peaceful way to resolve this?
But yeah, she's usually wrong. She really is. It's actually really well written how selectively they choose her dialogue to show just how dangerous a person of in effect is when they're in a position where if you're the last what do you call it? Like the last line of defense. If that's you, like if it falls on you and you're completely ineffective, like you're incapable of any kind of meaningful action, and all of your advice and all of your instruction and all of your direction is backwards and tainted with evil, but it sounds really good. So people, you know, do what you say and listen to what you say and preach and shit. But if it's all backwards, man, that's more dangerous than just being the enemy themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like how much success would the Darkspawn have actually had if Loghain wasn't Loghain? Although Loghain was actively, aggressively evil, whereas the Grand Cleric is passively, completely ineffective and evil, almost just as evil. So backwards and upside down in her judgments and all of her ethics, and you know, it's pretty well written actually.
If I'm standing beside you, that should make her think twice.
Again, your interest in my plight humbles me. If you like, I can travel with you until you confront Lady Harriman. Otherwise, you can always find me here in the Chantry.
Alright, so I gotta bring this tool along. I mean, he could play rogue for us. So I guess interesting setup here. Sure, why not? Let's play around with this. I just won't play around with it. Alright, though, I think this dude's already got all of his, like... He's got 32 decks. That's not the worst stats. Oh, but he can't pick any locks, though. Yeah, I guess we gotta bring along Varric. He's gotta have 30 for that. 30 for basic locks. So, yeah, let's go for Varric anyway. Okay. Yeah, what would be the best time to use this? Just to grab more threat. Oh, just any. Yeah, any. Okay, got something. We at least get some money for this. Yeah, let me go ahead and get Varric in the party. Varric just seems to be the staple anyway, man. Varric's just like the Swiss Army knife party member. He is in Inquisition too. It's not what I wanted to do right there. I wanted to get Varric, so what do I have to do for that? Okay. I guess we can go here then.
You are Hawk. A patrol went missing along the wounded coast. The Arashok says you have some semblance of honor. So tell me, did you kill them?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe you. If you are not responsible, I waste my time here.
There you go, let's try that. Varric can open pretty much anything, so there we go. And guys, I'm just not super hyper chatty today. I mean, I'm cool. Glad you're here. Good we get to stream and stuff, but I kind of a soul crushing visit with my family earlier today. I was gonna go over there and essentially help them, I don't know, do some stuff on the siding on their house or something. It's just an excuse to go over there, hang with the dogs, and help them out or something, which I don't do enough. I don't do enough, and that was made real clear to me too. But yeah, it was the whole. I mean, if they're your folks, they can talk to you like you're a 3-year-old, and it's even worse when perhaps in some ways you've actually earned that. It made it. Oh man, it was soul crushing. I walk out of there feeling like, you ever walked out of someplace just feeling like you got an elephant on your chest and it doesn't go away? It's just like weighing on you. Can't really put a finger on any one particular. I think it's just accumulation of a lot of stuff. It's worse when it's all somewhat valid. I don't know if you can necessarily help any of it, or at least some of it. Certainly can't make it all better in a day, but you know, some things just can't be changed at the snap of the fingers, right? But yeah, it was interesting. Interesting. And not sitting here saying, oh, well, it's, you know, just another bad. That's
The alienage is overcrowded. Someone should do something about
not bad day, just a bad would you say, visit or whatever. I don't know. I did get to see the dogs there, but even they seemed kind of, I'm not going to say depressed, but I don't know what you'd call it.
In the market for something special.
Yes. Oh, well. Anyway, so, you know, someone asked me when we first got on, and the last thing I wanted to say is, well, it sucked because, and, yeah, that's, nobody wants to hear that. That's, you know what? So what? At some point you just say get over it, but, it was, I guess nobody needs that now, right?
Friend.
Okay, so we got, let's sell that, got that all done. I don't know about that great sword. I could probably sell that too, actually. I don't need to invest in Fenris, I don't think. Yeah, my mom's pretty straightforward. I can't even, you know, I guess it's worse when the friction and the disappointment and whatever else is in play, and every family has some kind of dynamics, right? Some kind of something. You know, it's not always, it's almost, I don't think it's ever leave it to Beaver, really, you know, as far as that goes. Gee, Wally, aw shucks. No, it just doesn't go like that.
What do you need, love? Package delivery.
But when it's, when you know, you're part of it, either through something you do or things you don't do.
I see.
Being negligent or being unthoughtful or, you know, taking things for granted and other things like that. And it's like, not consciously doing it necessarily, but it's almost like questioning your character, or I'm not going to say your or anybody else. So it's like questioning my character and realizing, you know, I'm not so great, you know, it's not so cool. That's, you know, if I put the shoe on the other foot, I wouldn't stand for a lot of that stuff, or I certainly wouldn't be there in the same way if the shoe was on the other foot. And to be honest, you know, and then that's just the truth. And I think that's the thing is if it's not just straight up shameful, it's thought provoking, and it's, you know, then you do some soul searching, you realize, you know, you got some things you can probably work on, and then the list gets so long that it's like, holy shit, you know, just you know what I'm saying, like, damn, okay, I guess one thing at a time, but yeah, there's, I guess, some things I really ought to be working on and stuff, and a lot of different things, family stuff, emotional stuff, material, you know, material stuff, money stuff, and just all of it, kind of all at once too. And sometimes I think the ripple effect also comes into play, where sometimes the ripples come back at you and you don't realize that you caused them inadvertently, maybe not intentionally. And then when it all kinds of just piles on you at once, it's like, oh, when it rains, it pours. Well, yeah, you know, if you throw enough water up in the air, you'll eventually get clouds and you'll get rained on, you know, I guess, that type of thing. You know, I don't know. I know I'm just keeping it pretty much vague and simple, no point going into all the personal drama. But yeah, it's soul crushing. That's the only word I can think of for it. It's always actually feel a weight on my chest. I mean, like physically feel a weight on my chest, the type of thing. And it's not just sad. It's not just this or just that. It's like a bunch of different stuff, and it's so convoluted that it's really hard to just put it in a box and say, okay, I'm gonna put this over here and deal with this later type. Can't do that. It's all like right here, like you know, if 4 out of these 5 things aren't fixed, drastic shit's gonna happen, and I don't even know what 3 of them are, you know. And it's that type of, it's almost scared, man, almost kind of like that dread thing, something. It's really hard to put a finger on. It makes, yeah, a little hard to concentrate, a little hard to stuff. It's nice to have a game to play and you guys to hang out with and stuff like that. But hopefully that'll dissipate somewhat tomorrow. You know, can't really function like that. Got to, you know, take care of business and do your thing. So.
Oh,
anyway.
Cloak and dagger phrases.
So that's kind of what it is. Not saying it in a, like I said, I'm not saying it in a complaining or crying sense. Just like a, okay, that's kind of what it is. It seems big. It's probably even bigger than I know, and that's even scarier.
Something, just
you know.
Drop by.
else to describe it. There we go. Let's go grab both of these. That'll give us an excuse to go to the coast again. And again, and again. Okay, so I want to get the etched ring of the twins, and I want to get the ring from, what's his name, Bonnie Lim or whatever. I want to get them both. And there's an amulet in Act 3. The amulet won't be a problem because there's not much to spend money on then. You're really just tying shit up. You're mainly just getting money. There's really not too. There's probably a few companion upgrades or something like that. But all right, let's go deal with Sebastian's nonsense. This is a really squishy crew, though, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to be a DPS machine. It's just plain and simple, right? Okay. So I guess we go get paid real quick. Actually, we're going to do this. Then we're going to go talk to Fenris. Then we're going to go do that. But yeah, I'm glad you can relate, and it's, you know, yeah, at least, yeah. I mean, no, I'm not glad you can relate because it's not pleasant. And who wants that? So no, I'm not glad in that sense, but
I should see you about a reward.
no, it's just nice to know you're not the only one feeling something, that you're not some kind of alien on the planet
killing the whole lot of them
with all kinds of faults that nobody else has, you know, or whatever. That type of, nobody likes to feel like that. So
that does ring a bell. Hard to remember.
the battle tank. Battle tank.
I do.
Yes.
There's one small rub though. Their leader,
both in real life and at Sebastian's damn mansion, or the Harrymans, or whatever they are.
They weren't wearing.
Let me go grab a root beer. I think I have a root beer. That sounds amazing right now. Let me go see if I got one. I think I do. Good old A&W. You gotta appreciate the small things, right? I don't know if it's sadly or gladly, but no more beer runs. At least not in the near future. Not in the next, at least, week or so. No more beer runs.
He can wait his turn. I won't lose
But
any
root beer,
sleep over
root beer's good.
maybe nothing will come of it. Thanks again for your help.
It's only like 2 gold though, right? 3 gold for saving an entire section of the guard. I mean, I don't mean to make him sound ungrateful or anything, but shit. You know, come on, man. 3 gold? That's the lives of your lieutenant and 5 of your guardsmen and a major raider threat to the city and stuff, you know? Just saying. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Axia? What's going on? Beautiful. Arcane horrors look cool, man. Hey, what's up? Oh, evening's going cool. We're just super chill here right now. Yeah, just nobody seems to have the gumption or the energy to even cuss out Anders right now. We're just totally kicked back at the moment. Like, for real. I'm trying to think of something to even be mad at him for, except for just being itself, pretty much. But
You'd be the first to know if there was.
Yeah, well, we have the time or energy for it. But yes, as long as we have loot, everything's good, right? That we do have. That's exactly what we're really going for. We're pretty much all geared for just that specifically. Oh, I really want that. Okay, okay. Let's go ahead and get that in play. All right, finish this house now. There we go. Yes, Toaster. You think I didn't have that mind when put those two emotes together? Just saying. It actually shows him dying and falling over too. That's the funny part. I think he's getting pelted with endless stars and then just passes out.
So the Seneschal's
Axia, you too can have emotes.
like you asked.
You get to shoot throwing stars and Anders.
But thank you for the help.
Spoil sport. Why you want to squat up
I
here?
don't think you've been here in a minute, so I don't know if you're aware we have new toys to play with.
So do I.
Who doesn't like to throw endless stars and Anders every once in a while? Just for, it's therapeutic if nothing else.
There's still
Forever.
no sign of Daenerys. I'm beginning to wonder if
From a
he's finally
distance.
given up.
Yeah. We've started something.
Don't tell me you're going to miss all the attention.
Tell me, what do you do when you stop running?
You take a breath and look around. And start anew.
I don't know how. My first memory is receiving these markings. The lyrium being branded into my flesh. The agony wiped away everything. Whatever life I had before I became a slave, it's lost.
Yes. I hate to say it, that one might actually be sort of my favorite.
My problems are not yours.
I think it's just a good emote. It's just gotta go play Inquisition at some point just to take advantage of that.
Your problems are my problems.
Unlucky you. But enough.
All right,
you
then.
have much to keep you busy, I'm certain.
Sounds good to me.
Last bottle of the Egregio. I've been saving it for a special occasion.
And what's that?
The anniversary of my escape. Astia Vala Firmundis. Care to hear the story?
I'd like that.
Let's see. You've heard of Saharan? The Imperium and the Qunari.
I honestly think Fenris right here is feeling somewhat guilty for something he had no actual control over. There's still an influence on his mind. That's what that lyrium shit is for. It's like some substitute for blood writing, basically. Figures that magic like that would be passed down through the Magisters, right?
I thought Daenerys considered you valuable.
He wasn't given a choice. The look on his face as the ship pulled out was priceless. There are rebels in the Saharan jungles called Fog Warriors. They found me
Sucker
and took
punch
me
for
in,
Dorian?
nursed me back to health. I stayed with them
I'm
for
not
a
sure what
time,
that is.
until Daenerys finally came for me.
Were you with these Fog Warriors willingly?
I'd grown fond of the rebels. They bowed to no master and fought for their freedom. It was beyond my experience. When Daenerys came, they refused to let him take me. He ordered me to kill them. So I did. I killed them all.
Yeah, but it's almost like a somebody with a control rod and a golem. Like, I don't think, probably just enough wherewithal to realize he's doing it, but having no ability to stop. Kind of like Anders. Although Anders likes to blame, every time Anders shits the bed, he likes to blame it on his little demon. But you know, I think he's just as guilty and just as willing to do all the batshit crazy, murderous, upside down, introverted, contrary to everything it says and does bullshit. But be that as it may, there's once or twice where it seems like Anders is completely out of control. Which I don't know that Anders is ever in any real kind of control, but something like that.
My master had returned and this life was over.
Punching Dorian? Ah.
But once
I've never not gotten along with Dorian in any of my playthroughs though. I've never actually pursued that.
I couldn't.
I think I only punched Solus once.
Never looked back.
Should have punched him more than that. Solus deserves it like the reporter does in Mass Effect. Pretty much. Actually, it should be mandatory, come to think of it.
This can't be easy to talk about.
But
I've never spoken about what happened to anyone.
you know what this root beer says right here? It says no caffeine. You know what that tells me?
This is what it
that
means
this
to
is
have a
intentionally
friend.
not as good as it could be. Right? Yeah, it's great tasting root beer, but it doesn't have anything that's really important in it. Oh, well, thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Might want to take it easy on that bottle.
It's the last one, I swear. To you, Hawk. May I fight at your side for years to come.
So you should have Fenris's loyalty now. Don't really have to travel with him any to get it. Not really, I don't think. Just like Isabela, you can romance Isabela without carrying her around with you on one single mission, just by bringing her stuff at the bar. Pretty much, that's about all it takes. Yeah, she's just as easy as she's written out to be. Shit. Can have that. It's still not as good as Fenris's hammer, so I can throw that away. Be selling all this shit, really. Oh, plenty of money in Act 3, but by then it's too late. There's 2 items, and I think, I have to have like 180 gold. Yeah, 180 gold above and beyond all the companion upgrades and shit. Yeah, that's a lot.
son of a bitch! What's taking so long?
Flora?
Why does no one in this house care what I want? More wine, or I swear I will drown you in the dregs.
That sounds familiar. I don't envy anyone in this household tomorrow morning.
She doesn't even see us. This is no normal wine.
Okay. I'm thinking I've never brought Varric along on this because I always use Sebastian, so... Alright, all kinds of new things that I'm seeing and hearing on this playthrough. Just options I've never done on any particular quest and stuff like that. Kind of cool.
More coins.
It's always nice to see and hear something new and something you played 1,000 times, right?
There's nothing to fear. You'll be beautiful. Pour it over her.
Don't! You'll kill her! He can't hear me.
New mod? A new mod? Do what?
Perhaps I should be the one.
We must end this madness.
Alright, so that's probably what, extra attack? That's usually what everyone gets first. What's that statue supposed to represent? Anybody got any lore theories on that statue? The holding up of the mask over its face, but it's like a... I don't know what it is. Huh.
Oh, lower.
The feather. The
I
feather.
beg your pardon, Hawk. I did not mean to
Moderator,
expose you to such things.
No, the feather. Use the feather.
Oh.
Where have you been all my life? Today, I am more than a man. Come, felicitate me.
Yes.
He has
Is the
no
princess lurking or
idea we're
she's just in
here.
the list?
I've known Rustin
Sometimes
Harriman
she's
my
here.
whole life. He's a complete prude.
I wish Princess was here. I wanna hear how.
Where's your brother?
If she got any news.
To join us.
Oh, hey, Princess. What's going on? Oh, everyone was just congratulating you for being, you know, some kind of boss or something. Say, did you hear back from the doctor people? No news is good news, I hope, or something like that.
I have the manacles right here.
The feather. Ugh. What was that? What was that?
Turn back. There is nothing here for you.
But I mean, did they give you any word back on it? Is it all clear? It's
Odd. When we watched you being a drunken ass, you ignored us completely.
You shall not enter.
over 100k ninja stars? Do what? 100k.
Please forgive your children.
600 XP for that? Oh, I got it all. Okay, benign and all that. Okay, that was my good. Thinking about that, worried about that for shit. Just said it. You and Estes. I haven't seen Estes tonight, but got good news about Mom. I think just waiting for a spot in the old rehab and whatever that entails. So I'm guessing no complications, no bad stuff, and just, you know, recover and then bad things behind you and over and done with and move on, right? Other things to worry about.
Close to Hightown. I remember no such thing.
See, a ruin so close to Hightown. This is the mountains and the roots and stuff grew up around this. Like when this ruin wasn't what this proves it. When this ruin was made, this ruin wasn't made inside of a cave. For the roots, this cave grew up around it, and you have the roots and everything as it crumbles. And once again, you have this thing to Dumont. You've got these skeletal statues, these pillars. I'm guessing each one of these is a person that had to die or be sacrificed to Dumont to empower some magic bullshit, I'm sure, right? Awesome. Well, that's an ease off the mind. That had to have been just a super relief, right? Okay, we got that. That's good. All right, start working on these. Oh shit. Oh shit, gamer. Damn it. Alright. Hold on. This one right here isn't too bad. The next one, you bitch. I see these two rage demons are going to be stupid annoying, most likely. We can run through that in 1 or 2 tries. I'd be ecstatic. I think we're actually doing something then. But these enemies always seem to be just a little over elevated anyway. Little too tanky, a little. I think Moobot was saving all that ammo for Princess, but Prince was denying Moobot, so somebody had to pay. So just happened to be Gamer, right? Sorry, dog. Oh, God, come on, man. See, what are we gonna find at the end of this ruin inside the mountain? Right, place obviously not built in here. I don't know, maybe some parts of it were later on or something. After the fall. I think I'm gonna call it the fall, where everything was just kind of torn apart. But what do we find at the end of it? An altar to Dumat. That's what Meryl bound her little demon in too. Was an altar to Dumat. Whatever significance that has. Alright, we got to get these damn... rage demons down. Anders just killing himself on purpose. Anders just killed himself on purpose. He just ran over and just stood there. And if there wasn't any enemy, he went and found one just to die on purpose. Y'all see that? Can't do anything about that. I can't make the game not sabotage itself. So I'm not gonna count that one. That wasn't our fault. That was just the game sucking.
Need to get closer. Out of range.
He's dead. It's 2 rage demons. Oh, that's both of them. Oh, we got it. They killed the other one outright themselves. That's when your tactics are doing their job. So, yeah. Okay. Well, I apologize, game. You actually came back and made up for your sins. Alright, it's not so much the Revenant. He could be annoying, but it's that arcane horror that pops up randomly. And sometimes you do it right at the start, sometimes he waits till after you think the fight's over.
Need to get closer.
Oh, we're gonna start getting death blows here at some point.
Now you fall.
I gotta watch out for this arcane horror right here. Get ready to spawn. Nice. Nice. I'm not gonna lie, in some ways this has been at least as effective as a two-hander. It's just so slow developing. Like, I don't know. There's something to be said for being able to enjoy some of the benefits of your build a little earlier in the game, so you can play more of the game like that, but also when you work towards developing a character and it really kind of comes out... Ah, thanks, Princess. It really kind of comes out the way you planned it. Like, I haven't had Aveline with me except in the beginning. Once I got, shit, I guess it was Anders. No, I think it was Meryl. Once I got Meryl, I threw Meryl in there. So it was Meryl and Bethany and Varric for a while. Didn't have Isabela yet, and even when you get her, I've had to carry Isabela with Varric. Which means I could actually respec Isabela right now. And take a few of those points out of Cunning and give her enough, probably to keep her defense capped off type of thing. And then put everything else into, you know, a little bit of Constitution, a bunch of Dex, give her some damage. Because she takes a bit of a damage penalty anyway, although her defense is through the roof, you know? Like, basically all she needs is 3 enemies that she's harassing, and she's pretty much capped off anyway. Honestly. So. See, that's supposed to be like 4 gold right there, by the way. It's supposed to be like a set amount. I don't know if it's a set amount or you get a chance for. I guess it's possible. Maybe it's just a specific chance for a specific amount. Like the Rock Ray is supposed to give you possibly like 6.5 gold, but it's like it's like a half of 1% chance or something. I've never gotten it, but I've heard you can. I've heard you can just reload and reload and reload. And I'm not going to kill the Ancient Rock Wraith 100 times to try to get a couple extra gold. Do these look like Iron Maidens to everybody? With kind of like vents? I wonder if this is what they sacrificed their followers or their people to. Like, there's the huge piles of skeletons and shit here. And then the blood would be used to, you know, do whatever they do. Just a thought.
You must give me more. Starkhaven will not submit.
Here we go. Sexy booby demon again.
Goran Vale into the prince's seat, but the other families won't heed him.
I think they gave the Desire Demons basically the same character model as the Lady of the Forest. Who's the sexiest collection of roots and leaves that I've ever seen in my life. The hairstyle on the Lady of the Forest really needs to be an option for the Grey Warden, for your character. It really does.
Your plot ends here.
Who is this? Who are you? How did you get here? Sebastian.
You were my mother's friend. How could you murder her?
Such an ugly word.
See, Lady Harriman wasn't a mage, but now all of a sudden she's a mage?
The obstacle between her and her dreams.
Well, she's been a mage in super secret. Probably one of Orsino and Anders' secret allies, probably.
But it's far easier to nurture those that already exist. The desire for power is easy to find. You and your friend both possess it, do you not?
both wish to rise?
Well, I do like power.
I will hear no more from you.
That's funny. I do like power. That's true.
Go down! There! Is that all you got? Did you want to fight? Try me! Get back! Go down! Too far! Need to get closer!
Let us return to the Chantry. I must pray for Lady Harriman's soul.
870 plus 250? Damn, that's a bunch of XP. They could get a pretty good staff here. I think it's a fire staff. Yeah, here we go. An altar to Dumont. Now you've got, once again, the 3 pillars. One's a little taller than the other 2. Now that actually shows 6. And then you got Dumont Central here, but I don't know. I just had a vague theory over what these 3 pillars here might represent. Don't know. Although my initial theory from the Temple of Sacred Ashes suggested it might be 4 pillars that you kind of expect to see there or something. Don't know. And also I want to know what Dumont represents. Looks like Jabba the Hutt, and maybe that's a joke with BioWare people maybe or something, but notice the same swirls in its stomach in movies that you see in the walls of like the go to the Circle Tower in Ferelden. Go to the ruins in the Brazilian forest. Where else? Anywhere where you have that ancient architecture, you see those same swirls too. I don't think that's coincidental, but I don't know. So he's basically like seated on a throne, and the throne has hands other than his. Yeah, right. All of a sudden it's not cool, huh? Yeah, go figure, right? But she approves of you dealing with the demon down on the deep roads. I don't ever take her to the deep roads.
I must.
Sebastian.
Never had room for her in my party, but
I am so sorry is such an inadequate word.
yeah, what's going on, Sonia?
Think
How are you?
what Mother made us do. What those creatures made us do.
We were friends, Flora.
It was like a cloud came down on me. All I could feel or think was what the demon allowed.
Did your mother order the attack on Sebastian's family?
She did. You know Mother, Sebastian. She was always jealous of your parents. The demon twisted that until it was all she could think of. She was determined to seize Starkhaven for herself.
So you get all the debauchery and none of the blame?
Do not suggest I did this by choice.
I like that. Like you get all the
It's
debauchery,
a demon of desire,
none of the
Flora,
blame.
not coercion. It can't tempt you with anything you truly don't want.
If it takes every last coin my family owns, I will make reparations to everyone we've wronged. Starting with you, Sebastian. We weren't the only ones vying for Starkhaven. If you face more opposition, you have my support.
It will not make up for what happened.
No, that's true.
Still, I mean, Sebastian knows firsthand that a demon was responsible here, that it was mostly the mother's doing, and the mother's dead now, so these people have now lost their mother too. And it leave it up to religion, where the only thing that you don't have room for in your heart is actual mercy, much less true faith or wisdom or anything else, because you're too busy being religious, too busy being a chantry boy, and not actually being anything that you claim to represent. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what drives people from seeking any kind of solace, and that is the people who are supposed to represent what it's like to be part of that, and they always come across as cultists or narcissistic, selfish, debauched hypocrites and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what turns people away. Mostly the people. Which make it really impossible to find out what any particular spiritual or religious organization might actually really be about. Yeah, Varric doesn't like Sebastian for a reason. I guess we can go shopping now.
So you were invested as a brother in the Chantry, right?
I had just taken my vows when I learned my family was killed.
But you gave sermons and took confessions and such, right?
Do you have something you wish to confess?
I just want to know, what do you say when people have questions? What's your answer when someone asks, so if Andraste preached freedom and ended slavery, why do you lock up mages and keep them as slaves?
No one ever asked that.
Which isn't what happens. Well, that's not a realistic question. Why do you do something that you don't do? It's not a question.
You seem very angry.
And here I thought the Chantry was a...
I had hoped prayer might cleanse me of the Desire Demon's touch. But I still hear her voice so clearly. I feel like I've bathed in filth that will never come off.
Wash behind the ears. Evil usually gets stuck there.
The demon didn't lie. I used to be bitterly jealous of my brother. I wanted to be prince. Now everything he had is mine. And he lies in ashes. I keep asking myself, do I want this because it's right? Or simply to have what I never thought I could?
Do you have an answer?
No. It cannot be right to lead any army to Starkhaven with such doubt in my heart. I owe you more than I can say, Hawk. I will offer my service to you here before I move on.
If you want to help me, do it because we're friends. There's no debt between us.
You have a good soul, Hawk. It was truly the Maker who led you to me. Did something happen to you in the Circle? I understand there were problems in Ferelden.
Are you saying a mage can only be unhappy in a circle if demons...
Oh, shut up, Anders.
I think this is yours.
Anders puts words in your mouth and then acts on them.
Bow, but
you ever known anybody
where
like
did you
that?
get it?
That
One
assumes
of the
what you're
guild
thinking and then
company
treats you
men did some
accordingly?
looting.
And you never had any input in
figured
it
I'd
whatsoever?
return the
And
favor.
you're just shocked by the, what the
Thank you.
fuck are you even doing?
It's hard to mourn
How dare
the
you
loss
think
of
that?
a
What?
thing while my family lies dead. But I did think of
I know what you were going to say an hour from now about something I haven't done yet. What? It didn't start going off at you. Yeah.
I'm sorry I never got a chance to meet them. To save them.
I know. You're a true friend, Hawk. You brought me this to remember and honor them. But if I could bring back our lowest servant by snapping it in half, I'd do it without regrets.
Okay, well, we can get rid of Chantry Boy now. What else are we going to do? We're really just going to go shopping. See, I want to do this clustered, but I want it to be within reach of me. So I kind of want her to hit me with this, in that case, and then it affect anybody around me. I guess I'm just gonna have to do it like this, see how it works, and we'll change it up later if. I'm gonna give her that first. Then we'll give her her multi-backstab bullshit.
We're here to serve the makeup, sir. What are you here for?
Okay. Now I guess we'll move on to this asshole.
This is the only place in Kirkwall I feel safe.
And that will, stop the itch.
Yes. Though I would stay away from women you meet in the port. Pirates tend to dock in unsavory places.
I heard that.
Just use the salve if it comes back.
Excuse me.
Oh, that's the
Things
dude
just
from
keep
the...
getting worse.
That's what's his face.
I had Templars practically on my doorstep the other night.
Liar. You're a liar.
I can't say you've been keeping a low profile.
The Knight Commander is out of control. Even her own people have been talking about it. The curfews, the midnight raids on mages' families. Everyone I know forced into hiding so they won't be made tranquil.
This is all bullshit. This is there's no truth to any of this. If Knight Commander even started to actually do her job, this thing would be probably escaping from the circle again without being made tranquil or being executed like it should have been a long time ago, considering all the Templars and other people this thing has murdered. And God knows what other crimes it's committed against animals and children and you name it. What's
Why do they keep fighting? If they obeyed the Chantry's laws, the Templars would leave them alone.
We have towed the line for 1,000 years.
The Templars still leave him alone.
We have
Templars
given up
leave him
our
alone.
families. Any chance for children? Any chance for
no,
love?
Princess.
And
No.
yet they fear us all the more.
It gets the exactly,
we can win no
Steve.
ground with appeasement. One day, everyone. in
We've got to
Kirkwall
murder
will have
everybody
to
and
choose
force
a
them to
side.
defend themselves. That's your idea? Fucking abomination. But see, there is no humanity left in this thing, if you want to call it humanity. No, actually, this
I
thing
brought
is a
you
really
something.
fine example of
It's
humanity
shiny
at its
and
finest.
subversive. I thought you'd like it.
I don't understand.
Is that
You
the
got me
option you
confused.
choose there, Princess? I know you're
Is there
laughing over
some
there. You're over there hugging
Free
me safe.
marches holiday I'm not aware of. Is it a... That's a Tevinter Chantry amulet. Do you want me to get executed? It's sacrilege to wear those if you
Yes,
land under
I
the divine.
do. You have no idea.
It's a symbol of mage freedom. If you don't like it, don't take it.
No, I like it. You just surprised me. I wouldn't know where to get something like that around here. I've never really thought about what life would be like in the Tevinter Chantry. In the Circle, they make it sound like the Void itself. The Black Divine stalking Thedas, making it unsafe for kittens and virgins.
I don't support the Tevinter Chantry. I just thought you'd like the amulet.
Well, I do. Thank you. I appreciate the gift. Perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful.
Maybe a trip to the sewers to gather components for an atomic bomb. Let's do that. Yay! Piece of shit.
Darktown. No better place to disappear.
Nice.
to tell me what was in that box, Rivet.
Which box? I've opened so many.
Well, those two, but later. Right now, that Kunari relic.
I'll make you a deal. I'll tell you what was in that box if you tell me how Bianca got her name.
Fine. Forget I asked, evil woman.
I'll deal with this. Let's finish this. How about you? A little something for you. You're in trouble now. Is that all you got? Get back!
Did I kill Isabella or did she die of natural causes? What a fucking ambush, man. That's... wow. Okay. Alrighty then. Well, as long as it was worth it. Princesses, as long as it was worth it, I guess. I don't know what to say to that.
I'm fond of a little dirt now and then, but this... was this really necessary?
Stay away from me.
I've never had Jake the Black in any of my... it's got to be a particular origin that allows you to interact with that dude, right? One of the...
Dark spawn.
Some Dane fellow asked, why make a shop so hard to find? Me. Really? He just has no concept. I am the great...
Okay. Yeah, I need that money bad. Pretty nice. I think anybody's wanting just that by itself.
and magnificent Xenon, the antiquarian.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, which she goes to the circle anyway. Oh, all right. Well, maybe that would unlock maybe a little more XP or something. Huh. Okay. Gotcha. That's all I really just did right there was got some XP. Okay. Guess we can go do the That book is gone. So is that one. Wonder why she got rid of the books.
Have you heard from your sister? Is she settling in all right with the circle?
She always did love being constantly watched by large, armed men.
She did? I would never have imagined. Oh. She's strong.
Fucking Meryl.
If anyone can get through this, she can.
Another one on
Don't blame
Sundermount.
yourself.
Really? Okay.
Someone's got to blame me. Other than my mother, I mean.
I'm sure your mother doesn't blame you. Things will be all right. Somehow. By the dread wolf!
Why is my house always such a mess when people are here? It's clean sometimes, I swear.
We'll go shopping first before we do this, though. Now I do know the one mage on the mountain that attacks you, the crazy mage up there by the altar. But he's always there for me.
I don't know what it is.
It was in a box.
That's the only one I can think of.
You managed to resist the urge.
It was locked. It was a locked box.
Hasn't stopped you before.
What do you want me to say?
Nothing. I just found it curious, that's all.
Oh. Oh, okay. See, she can be really doing explosive strike too. I don't know if I have. Let's see. I don't think she did, and I think she could. Do I have her set up for that? I don't. Wonder why I didn't do that. Oh, I know what I was probably thinking of. It's upgraded. Oh, it didn't just click. It actually like broke. You broke Mubot's gun. Oh, he's got to get you. All right, Toaster. Have a good one. We'll see ya. Sleep well, bud. Adios and all that.
The Hanged Man. Sometimes you want to go. Everybody knows your name.
Oh, you know what, Prince? I'm not sure, actually. I don't know. Yeah, I think perhaps if nothing else, your martyrdom, your critical martyrdom chance just went down by some percent, though, probably. It's possible. But really, it's been letting you make it for a long time now. I think Mubot gives you a pass now. I think that's what it's been like that for a while, really. It's just fate, princess. Go with it. Or something. I don't know. Estes, what's going on? So, how's mom? Princess got her good news back, so we figure we're gonna hit you up for good news too. Oh, I guess I need that. There goes my money. Damn it. So that's $140 now. If that was like something reasonable, yeah, okay. I remember finding one of those rings once, though. I did. Actually found one. Decided, I think it was on an enemy or something. Demony things. Rigid boning. Sorry. That's so ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think she needs all that defense that I gave her. I don't think she needs it. Or cunning. The critical damage is nice, but I think she gets a huge critical damage bonus, but not chance. I don't remember.
Feel free to browse my wares.
First, oh, they got her in there. Okay. I think last I heard she was still waiting on a spot to get in there, so that's cool. Awesome. Oh, that's it then. Hopefully they make it more fun for her than not. You know, it doesn't have to be a miserable thing. As long as, you know, the nurses and specialists and stuff are nice, you know. Doesn't have to be miserable. So you could totally use that as a blood mage too. It's not a bad. It's all my money again. I almost had enough to go buy my ring. Almost. Whatever. Oh, that's cool. I think I hit all the merchants, so I just got to go to the docks now. Now you know, Estes. Hopefully, if it goes quickly and she recovers quickly, then everybody get together in time for the holidays, and actually maybe even better than it would have been. You know what I mean? Happier, so to speak, for everybody, or something.
Of course I do.
I mean, that'd be cool anyway, right?
I just don't feel a constant need to bring it up. Mages don't worry me. And I don't believe the Templars when they say I should be worried. I'm more likely to be shanked in a bar than eaten by an abomination. You can hear those coming
More likely to be shanked in a bar than killed by an abomination. You hear them coming from a long way off.
Who are you?
I'm here to report Sir Conrad.
Or something. Who are you? Or something.
Did he do something? Or something?
Last night, I saw Sir Conrad sacrificing a goat to the great demon. Then he howled loudly.
What? Demon?
Oh, yes. He was carrying on about how much he wanted to do demon-y things.
What?
Demon-y things?
I tell you.
What's up, RG?
Sir Conrad must be an abomination.
Came in just in time. Demon-y things.
This needs to be reported. I can't believe it.
At least.
Hey, thanks, man. Damn, everybody wants to talk. Let's go loot the place first.
Blondie.
Then we'll talk about whatever.
Critical, but have you considered a new line of work?
Such as?
Pretty much anything. I don't think Renegade Mage has a bright future. Or any retirement plan.
Those are probably some pretty good gloves. That'd be my guess. Depends on the stats on them, but Superior should have at least 2 stats, I think. And I've been in need of just 1. Interesting. Okay, I was going to trade those 2. Let's see, so what is it? 25 plus Spirit. 2 rune slots, though. That'll carry me. See, that's 31. See, I can give that to, what's his face? Get rid of those, sell that shit. What's this? Fire? Alright. Whatever.
It's like you haven't moved in 3 years. It's
Time for the Dog Lords. Oh god, you want to get that out of the way?
Do you remember the relic I told you
Yeah, I went and looked at that clip. I was thinking about maybe exporting it and a couple others since you seem to enjoy it so much. But yeah, it's not exactly family friendly. It's I think I must have been really annoyed at that particular time, and I'm glad it's hilarious. But yeah, I probably won't be exporting that. I found another few examples of me and my feeling my oats, and it was not I'd say it's a little embarrassing at times even, but yeah, I guess leave it up for humor. Wasn't going to go in and filter all of them out, but
Isn't that what you said last time?
you're right. I got the dogs pretty close
You
though,
mean when
at
I
least.
went digging for that stash?
Arr, arr, arr.
Yes. That turned out to contain several badly written poems and an old boot.
It could have contained the relic. I just thought I'd let you know
Could have.
that I may soon be taking you up on that offer of help.
Do I get a kiss from the feisty temptress when I present her with the hard-won prize?
If you want. I'll even let you choose.
Oh
where I
man,
plant
Estes, you just go to clips and then pick and then select. I think there's an option that says views, and it will sort them from most to least, and then it's like third or something. Something like that.
Why do you always win at cards?
Because I cheat, kitten. This trinket,
It's number 2 now.
isn't
Oh,
it?
well,
From your
there you
clan.
have it.
Don't bet anything you're not prepared to lose. Here, have it back. A jigger of your finest whiskey for my friend over here. The hanged man's finest isn't much, but it'll get you just as drunk as anything you'll find in Hightown.
And you'll wake up and find someone stolen your trousers.
That's when you know it's a party. I thought I'd have to watch myself around you, but as it turns out, you're all right.
That's mildly insulting, you know.
You know what I mean. You don't judge people. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. You know, little things like that. If I had someone like you on board my ship when the storm hit, maybe we wouldn't have been shipwrecked.
Maybe you would have been shipwrecked sooner. I'm a terrible sailor.
Are you? I suppose I'll have to keel haul you till you shape up.
Just tell me if you hear more rumblings from the coterie about protection. Blondie's got enough trouble. Let me ask you something, Hawk. You made it into Hightown. I'd expect anyone else to get complacent, but you must have plans.
No plans yet. I'm simply trying to look out for my mother.
After everything that happened with Bethany, that's probably good thinking. To be honest, I thought there might be a chance you'd want to go back to Ferelden now that things have calmed down. It's good to hear you're sticking around.
What would I do without my trusty dwarf? I'd cry myself to sleep without you.
Oh, don't get all teary-eyed on me, Hawk. You know I can't stand to see a human cry. So, we've got a whole city-state full of trouble to get into. Shall we get started?
Do you ever feel like the world's getting simpler? Like everything from eating to fighting is not as complex. So he comes down wearing nothing but
All right. Night Terrors. Come back to do that, actually. Okay. Yeah, we'll come back for that. As long as there's a quest marker on it, I won't forget it. But I am trying to hit all the merchants. Yeah, I guess we kind of need to go through the docks at nighttime too, so I can go get my whatever I need to get from. Well, no, I don't have enough money for it right now. Never mind.
That's not funny. I need your help urgently. I've spent the past few years continuing my investigation into the murders of Nanette, Marin, and the other women. I believe I finally have a suspect. A man called Gascard Dupuis.
Dupuis? That's a funny name.
It's Olesian. I believe he is descended from
Almost
nobility.
just a week.
When I became convinced of his guilt, I went to the city.
Was that you? Somebody said that they got some extra days off because they put in like a bunch of overtime or did something.
They were forced to apologize.
Anyway, all right.
I was
Well, hey man, thanks for stopping in and saying hey, giving us some good news and all that good stuff.
She didn't say I couldn't seek outside help.
Thanks, man. Have a good one, and say hi to Mom for us. Hey, by the way, before you go, does that mean you get to see her now too? Now that she's just in the rehab thing, so you're able to actually get there, and or they still got the COVID bullshit in place?
What do you need me to do?
I knew I could count on you. You'll need to go to Gascard Dupuis' estate after nightfall. Please figure out what Dupuis is hiding. If he's innocent, find evidence to prove me wrong. It's just that simple.
You know, the bottom line is, even if he's wrong, let's just say he's wrong, which he's not, he's completely right. He's the only one who's actually taking it seriously. But even if he's wrong, it's still worth checking out anyway, right? Like, and that really, you can actually cuss Aveline out for that. Now, you know, Aveline could have no way of knowing some shit like this would eventually have such far-reaching effects as to involve your mother and stuff. There's no way she could know that. I mean, she's not guilty of that. Like, you know, being in any way responsible for what happens to Mama Hawk, but still.
The Viscount will not store raw lyrium in the keep.
Message for you.
About bloody time. We'll deliver the cargo soon as we've unloaded the Antivan Queen.
If there weren't so many males preaching sedition, the Templars would...
Yeah, see? Grace gets here anyway. And is she made tranquil? She's a known murderer. She's known to murder Templars on sight. That's why they were out to capture him. They burned down their circle and killed everybody in it. And are they made tranquil? Is Knight Commander Meredith cracking down? Is she executing mages just on the off chance that they might be a blood mage and this and that? If she was doing that, Orsino wouldn't be Orsino either. See what I'm saying? All right. It's a hard one. Cool. More money. okay, Estes. Hey, have a good one. Awesome. Well, hey, at least we're good for something, right? At least I'm good for something. If all else fails.
I love it when a plan works out.
So literally, there's a group from everywhere and everybody chasing after this this mage. I'm glad you think so. That's good. I'm glad you think so. All right, let me have that. Let me have that. Wasting all that money on that piece of shit. Oh, that's painful. Every time
I don't understand.
I think I'm done with that type of stuff anyway. I got some of it back. Sure, I'm gonna get more of those too. I was gonna give that to Aveline. It's not a bad axe. That's all right. We'll find something else.
Welcome back.
Friend? You're looking well. My
It's all about saving money now.
Better stocked, thanks to you.
Pure
If
saving
you're
money.
interested in hunting down more ingredients, I can make other creations. And of course, I'll pay you for your work.
Sure. Just let me know what you need.
Perfect. I have a list of ingredients right here. Harlot's blood.
Salvitus.
I heard Sir Ulrich place the order for me to be made tranquil.
The best armor.
2 points. I'll need that later. Okay, so those are just quests. Now, should be able to go here. Yeah, the last two are up there.
If you've got something to say, just spit it out.
Are you sure you...
Any fire? Fire probably just basic fire. I think that's good for pretty much everything here. Electricity is better against raiders, but I think they're done anyway. Yeah, that'll be good.
Encourage me. I might
Pretty sure it's slavers.
I get that a lot. So what's on your mind?
I just realized
I get that a lot.
Many of the gangs in the Undercity came to my door.
They're busy people. Places to go, throats to cut. Maybe you've slipped their minds.
Right. The apostate running the free clinic in the sewers. Easy to forget. You didn't have anything to do with this?
You must have me confused with
Anders,
someone
you're just a
else.
legend in your
I'm
own
just
mind.
a businessman and a storyteller.
And a legend in its own mind, right? Like, seriously. I think we're done with raiders and all that shit. Pretty sure. Is a rage demon here? No.
Someone needs a come at you.
Beautiful. 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 I'll take it. Someone needs a good spanking. her battle hymns are epic. If we kill them, we get to take their stuff. That's a good one. If Isabela is synonymous with loot, maybe we need an Isabela emote.
That's enough. I am not cleaning this up.
Nice. Everybody drop me some money. Everybody.
I'll deal with it.
Now that's just...
Y'all ready for this?
What are they trying to do? Ruin my boots. Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
Out of range. It's too far.
378. That's nice.
Get back. You cause a
So Isabela got up right when she was supposed to. Nice job. Good job. Alright, we'll deal with him last, I guess. Alright, I gotta set that to minus 25. Isabela got hit twice. I gotta set Anders. I was wondering why he wasn't using this. I just watched it. I think he's hovering between 9% and 10%. And so every time it ticks, he's getting and they don't give you that much back anyway. So I was just hoping he didn't have so much reserved. Yeah, I'll do that. That'll make it much more available. There we go. I guess he goes, apostate prostitutes. Apostitutes! Who made that up? That's writing at its best right there. That's what I'm talking about. Apostitutes. Isabela in gameplay and stuff has some of the best. I mean, she's an absolute skank, traitor, backstabbing,
Quickly, before
low
more
life,
guards come.
etc., etc.
Chloe said she'd find a way
I'll be
to
damned
rescue
if she is.
I
She's
will never
funny all the
forget this.
time. I like big boats. Nice. Give us good stuff. It's really nice.
Love doing that.
Wow. Sweet. Okay. I'll take all that. Give that to Abilene too. Oh wow. Sweet. Oh yes. Nice. Okay, who needs that? Wow. Well, shit.
What makes this relic of yours so valuable?
The same thing that makes anything valuable. Someone's willing to pay for it.
T6. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna leave those intact because I'm
That's not
actually gonna
evasive.
go.
Look, I didn't get where I am by showing my hand, you know.
No, your hand isn't what I hear you've been showing.
How come nobody just kills Anders on the spot for what he says and does? Seriously. Right, right. We all do it, but I mean, you're not supposed to actually voice it, though. Just saying, right? Guys, I think this is where we're going to start tomorrow. Right? Did you know a bunch of stuff you buy gives you codex too? Like every named item, like I don't know, the Markham Heartstopper or the something something shield, like the Wall Shield or the Great Wall Armor or whatever. If it's got a name, it actually gives you a codex for buying it too. Now I wouldn't run around spending 300 sovereigns just to get 200 or 300 XP, but you do get something for it. Yeah. I think we're going to start right here. I don't mean to cut it off, but man, I had a soul-crushing day, and I think it's caught up to me. I think I can't maintain the calm, happy, friendly veneer any longer. I think I'm going to go stress out a little bit and maybe find something to snack on and then try to get some sleep. I got a day tomorrow where I think I'm going to work on trying to get a few pennies together. I got to come up with about 150 bucks by this time next week. So that path is laid out. Plus, at least find some kind of part-time something too. No doubt. Oh, we haven't been on. Oh, actually, no, we've been going 4.5 hours. Doesn't seem like it. Actually, doesn't seem like 4 hours at all. It's been really chill. I would honestly, if I looked over, I would have said about 2 hours or so. But yeah. Anyway, all right, guys. Well, good night to all you too. Thanks for the support and all that good stuff. Hanging out with me, keep me caught up on the football scores, all that good stuff. We'll come in and do the whole fade thing, and then so we can really piss off Anders. And the amazing thing is when you get his Anders rivalry, he gets plus 50 health regen. I don't even know how fast that is, but I'm gonna imagine in combat he's probably like one of those assholes who's getting healed while you're hitting him, by one of the lieutenants. Or for every 2 times you hit them, they get half their health back. So it's like, it takes you forever and their health bar is only this long. You're just pounding away at them. Yeah, I imagine it's something like that. So that'll come in handy. Anyway, whatever. All right, when I'm done running around and whatever's I got to do tomorrow, I'll jump on and holler at you guys. Anyway. If I don't see you, then have a good week ahead of you, school and work and whatever you're doing. Stay safe and happy and all that good stuff. And I'll try to catch you guys tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night, probably tomorrow afternoon, maybe earlier than later. If I get done and I'm just home, then we'll start early. But if I have to run here and there and whatever else, I don't know. Then we'll see. Oh well. All right, guys, take it easy, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. All right. Good night, everybody.